I guess we're going to start in a bit. We're going to start in a bit. I did some thinking. Actually, I should get my sketchbook. I'm eating exclusively donuts today. It's like very healthy. And Red Bull. The best. I actually went on a bike ride this morning. It's like hot as fuck outside. This wasn't the best decision because I do have a deadline on this shit. So I guess we'll push it pretty far into the night. We had some stuff started yesterday, which is there's this like inference context struct that we had, and it's been thinking about it this morning, which if you want to remember, or if you remember, or like you knew, yeah, we need more agents, Ben. That's, I mean, that's not even a question, right? It's like we need agents that just like make agents that create agents and split agents. No, actually, I'm pretty excited. I don't know if you were here yesterday, Ben, or if you like saw what I got to towards the end. But really, it's like I refactored an API, man, that like for 2 years it like just basically hindered me making real agents, and it seems like so clear now what I need to do there. That's almost a little bit creepy. But anyway, I have to remember where we were at yesterday as well. I think we had the turn model, which I had man as vibe, the turn inspector, and I kind of want to push this into, merge this with my main framework. So this is going to be interesting because I'm not sure how to necessarily merge it. But also after yesterday's experience, I think, yeah, no, I mean, I do need an agent to keep track. That's definitely like a thing. So what I built yesterday, actually, let me see if I can still build it. I have a very simple like chat agent. I overhauled the API for my inference. And so there is now when I run my API, my framework, you can configure a tool registry, which we'll get back to. But you create something that's called an engine, like nothing crazy here. It uses parsed layers, which means it takes like command lines and environment files and whatever into account. But then the engine actually has like a single method that's called run inference that takes a conversation and returns a conversation. And this actually is going to do event-driven stuff as well. Like there is an event sync, which if the event sync is in the context, it will like send out events, which can be through memory pub/sub, but can also be Kafka, can be like Redis stream or whatever. And this is caught by the UI, or in this case by the simple agent that I have to then display things, right? And I do have the context of middlewares, which allow you to modify the conversation as it goes. So it allows you to do things like Do I have middlewares in this? I don't think I even have a middleware yet, but we're going to build middlewares today. So this is a very simple agent that has like a calculator tool and a fake weather tool, but where were we? I think this is all called like use inference API for Pinocchio. Yeah, oh my god. There we go. And then if I go into Pinocchio and I do go run command agents, simple chat agent, I think the verb's going to be simple chat agent. It will actually start like a pretty simple REPL. I don't know why it does that when I resize. It doesn't clear the screen. But, right, like, so there's nothing like crazy here. But also compute 2 plus 2. What's interesting here is that I do have a sidebar that's going to keep track of all the calls from that tool, which is done through like event-driven stuff, right? So it's like compute a bunch more things. All. And so it's going to run a couple of tool calls, and you can see like the results appearing here. So this is all pretty cool. It can't stream into the REPL because the REPL is like its own little component that I built a while back. But you know, it has like all this cool stuff. So this is the starting point, and like what I really like is like being able to just like add custom tools that have like their own little UI that I can like toggle. And so we're going to build upon that today. But I also have this context of turns. So basically, instead of using a conversation, right, like a list of messages is the base structure of how you do drive like agent building up their context, right? Like I have the concept of a turn, like that's one step of an interaction with an agent. I call it a turn. And a turn can involve, you know, like doing an inference. And in order to do the inference, you need to transform the turn into a list of messages that you send to the API. So like turn a turn into a conversation, transform a turn into a conversation. And the result of that is also a conversation. And so middlewares, currently a middleware allows you to transform a conversation into a new conversation. Now a middleware has to transform a turn into a turn. And a turn is a conversation, it's some metadata or some data, and it's a list of tools. And I don't know if there's going to be more or not, but like that's the first part. And I had like the more interesting part about all of this is that when I started architecting this out, I purposefully architected it so that let me see if I can switch the scene here. I purposefully architected it so that different parts of the design can be built by Manus, like can basically be fully vibe shotted. Vibe coded, you know, but however they're built so that as I assemble these different like Manus built parts, I get to my end result, and I now have enough scaffolding. Hey SNC, it's going good. I wanted to have started like earlier, but being in the sun is like really tiring. So now I'm going to continue assembling these different vibe-coded things, and one of them is like this this turn inspector, which we have open here, which I've now which I've now like transformed a little bit and like made sure that it is storable in a database. And I think we're just gonna see what happens when I merge it, right? So we have, we're going to add to the use inference for Pinocchio, we're gonna add the vibes repo. We're gonna go to this directory. Now I have my bug and my little, so this workspace manager is completely vibe coded and it's like hard to extend. So the little bugs that are in there are hard to fix, so I don't fix them because I do have to do a full refactor. It's going to be interesting to see Do I need all of these? Whatever. Fuck it. Go work use dot done. I added the vibes repo. Actually, in the vibes repo, we're going to go to the turn inspector. Going to use that. And I think I'm going to stay in Cursor today. Like GPT-5 is still free. It's like a little bit slow as fuck. But so the thing I'm going to do is, because I have Geppetto in here, Geppetto has in its documentation, let's see. Actually, I should kill all of this stuff. What were those? Were ideas from like July 23. Bundle format, logging, and state capture. Oh man, these were the days. January 23. What did I do in February 23? YAML app bundle format. Yeah, I had this like crazy. This is why I got stuck on this API for way too long. It's like back then, it was really hard to do like real code with LLMs. So I was using these DSLs and I kind of wanted to like generate agents, right? With like these different steps here. And I decided to wrap this step into like an exact abstraction instead of like making a compiler to a more standard base API. And that really just cost me way too much. It was possible to write code like this that looked like this. And it was just like not good. So let me delete this just for the sake of it. Goodbye documentation. We're going to go back to, what was I going to do? Look at the docs that exists. There's also, interestingly, we could rename this from steps to something else, but I'll do that another time. Package flow can be deleted as well. I did like a monster refactor basically over the last couple of days, and it's gone pretty good. Like not complaining too much. Utils can go as well, and then Markdown. Man, I'm always confused by how VS Code handles file navigation. Yeah, Cursor CLI. Do I want to use it? What is there any reason to use it? I'm not sure. Anyway, PKG docs, we do have conversation here and we have inference engines. So what I'm going to do is starting from 0.5 conversation and 0.6 inference engine, I want to introduce a new, should I vibe this into, should I just like narrate this into a document? Actually, I haven't finished my text-to-speech thing. I'm not going to diverge into that. Let me make a document. I'm going to try to, I've been vibing so hard lately, and I'm not sure if I've just gone too far and I'm like kind of deluding myself and I kind of destroyed my prompting style. I'm going to try to go a little bit back to older ways of approaching this. Integrate, turn, conversation, MD. So I want to replace the conversation as the base data structure to interact with the LLM so that middlewares have access to richer data. I vibe coded a turn MySQL and no SQL turn conversation run turn conversation message SQL and model yesterday as a prototype. I now want to integrate the concept into Geppetto. a run is basically a whole sequence of interactions with a chatbot LLM. A run has multiple turns. A turn is basically one interaction with the LLM. A turn has data, which is the actual data of the application, a set of tools, a conversation, and metadata. I don't know. A middleware can transform a turn into a modified turn, adding computing data, adding, removing tools, etc. And run inference as it is should now take a turn and return a turn, which would wrap the current conversation. Okay. We do want to keep the end go structure instead of but potentially I'm gonna do this for now, and then we can clean up the packages later on. Yeah, I'm not going to go into agent shenanigans today. I'm just going to I want to get stuff done. And what I ultimately want to do is, so this agent that I was showing, which currently only has like calculator and stuff, right? Compute 23 times 42. This little agent with this little tool, what I actually want to do is I want to give it access to a database with a bunch of my bank transactions. I wanted to go over those bank transactions and create regular expressions to categorize them. And then third, I wanted to do this in a pretty structured manner. So it's going to have a second database which stores like agent definitions, right, with their prompt and stuff. And so it can always like decide, I'm currently this agent. This middleware is always going to give it like the right prompts and add or remove tools. And then the agent can, in its LLM response, can decide to switch agent modes. So I'm really curious about that one. That's where I want to get to today, but I do need to, and this is what I sketched out for the work today, is if we look at this, and I actually should look at this as well, the first thing is to, the number one is to transform this conversation into, I thought it was called like inference request, and I realized it's just a turn. So the second part is like the turn stuff integration, which we're doing right now. And then we're going to add a SQLite tool plus middleware on which we're going to base the agent mode middleware. And I think after that, we can potentially, I don't know. Oh, this has like, oh, this is the cool part that I haven't shown actually. It's like create a UI for math operations and then execute them. Is that this can actually generate UIs. So the first operand, 23, this, and then we're going to do subtraction. And oh, no, this is actually true. And you can see it's like this tool call here, but it also did this like generative UI call, right? Make a UI to feed pelicans. It's pretty fun. I actually don't remember how I made it work. But if I want to feed Joe 200 grams of fish and shrimp, am I sure I want to feed this pelican? Yeah, I am. And so would you proceed with the feeding action? Yes. Compute how many calories. Oh, you can't see the screen. Oh, holy shit. This is really cool. So let me show this again. Feed tigers. It will like create a UI for feeding tigers. Joe, 20 kilograms of meat and fish. right? Yes. Use the calculator. So you can create UIs, right? Which is pretty cool. It's like make a nice menu with options to feed an entire zoo. Macrobiotics. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, it's pretty cool. No, it's just making up like a YAML DSL that then is parsed by my agent. I actually don't remember how it works. It's in this simple chat agent here. And then on the tools, there's the generative UI tool. And the generative UI tool, when you see, it's clever enough to do like a channel. It's crazy. So it builds the bubble T model from YAML, from the parsed YAML in the response, and then waits for it to complete, which is nice. Like this is all vibe coded. I didn't do anything about this. And then it uses like the DSL doc, which it gets from like the uh-oh package. Uh-oh is this like DSL to do UIs. But yeah, so the idea is that as it's generating regex, I can choose them and then kind of execute them and give the results back and like kind of like be in the loop, but with UIs that are like customized for the moment at hand. So we'll see. But so the first thing is to do this like integrate turn conversation. We do want to keep the end go structure to store and retrieve a full run from disk. So what we're going to do now, starting from, I want to introduce a new run turn structure, C01 integrate turn conversation. We have a full prototype in turn inspector that you should look at. Go through all the files, take notes, analyze what can be ported over. The end goal is refining middlewares and run inference. Write your resulting analysis plus design plus architecture plus reasoning plus context in JPETO TTEM 250810. Designed for integrating the turn data structure into JPETO. I do need to, I mean, once I have agents and stuff and I can try out stuff on my own, I'm going to add some kind of like SQLite structure around the TTEM stuff that I have. Because it's getting like a little bit out of hand. We have like 300,000 lines of markdown in our work repo. How do you mean probably not enough training data? Yikes, you mean training data for making the UIs? I don't think it really matters. It has enough training data to do UIs. After that, you just like change the format. Oh, it's faster today, isn't it? It feels faster. So this is one of the things I wanted to do. I don't know if there's like many other things I can do in parallel. One thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to do this like off screen, is like getting my bank data ready. Oh, did I merge this? Wait, what? Okay. So I'm just like preparing a little database with some transactions. I'm just gonna use the database to do that. Except where is this fucking database? Did I delete it? Huh. Oh no, it's there. All right, so let me just quickly create a anonymized version of my data. So I'm just going to use AMP to do it, right? Anonymized data, db, AMP. I'm just going to say anonymize this data in... hey, AMP, are you starting? AMP try GPT-5. And I'm just going to say anonymize temp anonymize db. Data db. I'll just let it start and then I'll switch back to showing my screen. I'm just like, I want to use real world data, right? Because like if I start tweaking an agent to do regex extraction from something that's like synthetic, I don't like, I want to have like real transaction strings. Man, I do look pretty sporty. Man, it's like so weird. This when I close the editor, AMP thinks I didn't close the editor, and it's really annoying because I don't know how to handle that. Like, what do I do once it's in a loop like that? I just like can't fix it. All right, anyway, so it's doing the schema. I'm just like waiting for it to inspect the SQLite a little bit and then figure things out. It's like slow as fuck, it seems. I'm not happy about their new like permission thing. It's like a little bit too aggressive. And also it doesn't seem to like reload the rules properly. It just like allowed it to do SQLite 3. So I don't know if I should quit it and then restart and then it's going to reload the things. Let me at least update it. Let me update both Crush and AMP. Because I don't want it to like ask me to run to approve like SQLite 3 all the time when I actually don't want to show my data. So maybe this is like a good occasion to use cursor CLI maybe. Yeah, see, it's like, so maybe I'll just use NeoVim and not Emacs client. So export visual is equal to Vim. Let's continue. Let's try editing in Vim. And then allow bash SQLite 3. CWD null. Oh, I don't even need this, right? SQLite 3 star, like that should do the trick. SQLite 3 star, allow bash --cmd SQLite 3. Oh, it has the same bug with NeoVim. It just like ends up calling it in a loop, so I'm fucked. Fuck, I can't quit this anymore. Oh my god, amp. Alright, so sorry about that, my friends. Next try. So maybe I upgraded amp. Man, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to like approve it all the time. That's an annoying... Yeah, fuck this. Always allow this, and then it just like doesn't take these rules into account. Jesus Christ. It's so annoying when like these tools change under your feet all the time, and like I know that they want to build at the speed of AI as well, but permissions. Before invoking a tool, AMP checks the user's list of permission for the first matching entry. AMP permissions are configured in your configuration file under the entry AMP permissions using in the CLI using AMP permissions edit. So let me try that. AMP permissions edit. Export visual is equal to Vim. And then see, it like overwrote. It didn't take... Okay, that's why. It's like I was editing it by hand, and then because of this bug from the runner, it like didn't seem to... It overwrote it each time. And actually AMP permissions edit does the exact same thing. So I just can't, like, AMP permissions edit just like doesn't quit. That's fucked up. Like, did they not test that? AMP permissions test. AMP permissions list displays known permission rules. And so, holy shit, there's so much garbage in there. And it still doesn't have it. This is so annoying. It just like doesn't, yeah, it just doesn't work. AMP permissions tool bash SQLite star. Yeah, this is like kind of wild. AMP permissions list. I'm sorry to not show this on screen because I do sadly have to try to at least hide a little bit my data. There is so much junk in there. It's like crazy. Maybe I should just like clean up this junk as well. At least now it has SQLite 3 in its list. And so I'm gonna see if that actually kicks in. So, I mean, DSL, what do you mean, yikes, oh, you mean new shell as, because it passes structured data in between pipes? Yeah, I think this is where I want to use my JavaScript, basically. I'm not going to do that today because that's like a little step too far, but like basically, adding, instead of giving it SQLite, like adding it direct JavaScript access. What the fuck is this tool doing? Jesus Christ, AMP. You've been like so broken lately. All right, so actually, don't change the category transaction type description. Oh, it already did it, huh? It did a backup before, so that's cool. It like was able. So what I'm doing is like I have a database with all my like bank statements from the last 10 years. And I just wanted to like hide like the amounts, but I do need the actual description strings of the transactions because I do want to analyze them, right? So it actually is able to do it without showing any actual data, it looks like. I'll show you once it's done, and then we can use that as anonymized data to run our agent. Because in the meantime, GPT-5 has finished doing its planning, so we'll have a look at the planning, and then AMP is, it still cannot do SQLite 3 with, even though I globbed it. It's, man, this is infuriating. Infuriating when like a tool suddenly turns into something that's like not usable. All right. So I'm actually just going to start a new AMP just to validate that my data is anonymized. So I'm going to do AMP, and I'm going to say examine temp anonymized data DB and give me July 2024 transactions. Let's see what it does with that. And then if those look good, I'll be able to switch back to the main screen. I've been playing with like GPT OSS and Qwen 3 on my MacBook M1, and dude, it's like fast enough to do real work, which is great. All right, so it did a CSV, I did some selects, it's joining two accounts, it's calculating the net total, and SQL is a fast way to do it. I'm also going to be anonymize the amounts. All right, cool. I'll still have like a plenty of identifying data in there, but whatever. Oh yeah. Yeah, I do want to do GPT OSS. I want to do this. I want to do the hackathon, I think. And the one idea I have is, well, it's basically using an ESP32 as a bus pirate, because there's a firmware that makes it work as bus pirate. And then I kind of want to have it a setup where it can reverse engineer a protocol. I'm not really sure which one I'll use as an example. And then one where it can reverse engineer a firmware. I think that would be like a pretty cool example of like using something like GPT OSS, which I think is probably not the worst at reverse engineering stuff. And actually, maybe it's something we can play with on the stream after that. And it's like, okay, so anonymize descriptions and stuff to remove. Just a few names that I don't want it to be in there. But I think after that, once I've removed a couple of names, I'll kind of be like, enough for me. And I'm not sure how much of these transactions will be shown on screen anyway. I don't know. It's always asking me for SQLite 3, man. Even though I allowed this tool like about 18 million times by now. I think it's when it's multiple lines, and it always tries to give it like many lines, and I think that's where AMP freaks out. Okay, cool. I think this is good enough. I'm going to move the anonymized database in here, and we can go back to actually showing some code. All right, there we go. Why is this still on here? How do I remove this from the broadcast? Yo, what is this? All right, cool. All right, so we have our documentation on how to integrate Turn, which was GPT-5, which I think is not the worst planner at all. This document proposes how to integrate a run-turn data model, blah, blah, blah. This design builds. I really like that it has like references to all the file names. I don't know if this comes from my prompt and memories, or if it's like a standard behavior. Conversation API, tree structure of messages, linear conversation slices, engine API, run inference, messages, conversation, middleware has a handler from conversation, what the prototype proves, run has many turns and run metadata, turn has many ordered blocks and turn metadata, block, order field kind, LM text tool call, tool use, system other role, so this is like the messages, uniqueness turn order for deterministic sequencing, okay. Helper, create, upsert. Yeah, this is cool. Target architecture, run, turn, block. Block kind. So maybe I should remove block to message. What do you think? Block is like kind of the anthropic way of naming things, I think. I'm going to leave block maybe. Storage interface, run store. I don't want a storage interface, I think. I don't want a storage interface and rather have helper functions to wrap and queries and keep the flexibility of building my own end queries. I'm not sure if I should start with this like end stuff or if I should just do the structs. We'll try it. Let's try ending it. New middleware type. Turn middleware. Chain turn. What's the chain turn? Also, what is chain turn for? I like this. GPT-5 is just like, to me, seems very clean, very kind of on point. So also to go back to taking notes in the sketchbook, I find paper is nice because it just allows me to, I don't think linearly, I think. So I add like a lot of arrows back and forth. And when I sit in front of a computer with the goal of vibe coding, I lose a lot of this like spatial planning. I realized like I almost forgot that that's how I used to work, right? And So what I do is like I always have like one of these with me, which is a habit that I took over the years. Like I've got like literally, um, I don't know if it's 50 of those, but I've got like 2 shelves full of these. But also add like random stuff, right? Like I'll take photos of my friends and I'll just paste them in there and do all kinds of. Let me actually show a little bit what these notebooks look like. Like I like drawing and stuff like that, so I'll just like do stuff in there, and that makes it like pretty fun because it's like linked to my work, and it gives it like a lot of context. And then I use 2 colors just because I like black and red. um, but they're nice to go back to. Like I don't really use them to go back to. No, actually I do use them to go back to find ideas, and then I do have all these like little diagrams in there that help. So I spent quite a bit of time like, oh my god, like practicing my handwriting and drawing and stuff like that, which not with the goal to necessarily be a better communicator, because this is all for me, but just because it's more fun. More storage is the reason why I don't want a storage interface is that, see, it's like doing an interface with a bunch of methods, and then I do want to keep like the flexibility of having a full query engine where I can be like, oh, list the terms but only return these fields. But also overall, it's just like I don't know what I'm doing. Is like the short answer is like I want to add this end thing which I don't know and I haven't read the docs. I do want to use it at work. So I was like, why not try with it? And I'm actually going to YOLO, like I'll learn something. Maybe I'll be like, man, you should have simplified it. But then the API that it actually starts from is actually fairly minimal. So I'm curious to see what it does. So I don't want a turn engine, right? New middleware. I don't want a turn engine either. We should modify the current engine interface to use turns, not conversations. No backwards compatibility. Detailed design. I think at this point it makes sense to update the document and to just like let it think some more. So the other things we could, because this is like the fundamental API and this whole framework, it's going to be weird to build other stuff at the same time. But I do have this like Go SQLite regex thing that I don't remember how it works. So let me, again, I'm just like gonna hide my screen just for a bit. I'm gonna see where this was left at. So it's like Go SQLite regex, and it's been pushed to origin main. Okay, and it doesn't have anything changed. Okay, cool. So we can add this to our workspace as well. So I'm going to go into Go SQLite regex, pull rebase just in case. Yeah, see, that was important. And then I'm going to do adding Go SQLite regex. And the problem is that I will have to, again, just like update the workspaces, and then I'm going to go into Go SQLite regex, go work use dot, and then go into vibes, turn inspector, and use the workspace. Yeah, so storage interface, like I vibed a storage interface into something I did at work, and it loves piling shit onto it. So like the storage interface is now like 25 methods that actually don't need to be interfaced, and so it was like wasn't all that great. Anyway, here's the updated design. So what changed here? I should have I should have accepted the first time. All right, so anyway, target architecture, package turns, run turn, block kind, we had that. Storage interface and storage, run store with methods. I mean, it really wants to keep those. Whatever, we'll leave it. Swap block orders. I don't need swap block orders. Turn storage and... Man, I'm not sure if I want to have and in there from the beginning. New middleware types, chain turn, updated design to remove storage interface, add thin help function. This is not updated, is it? The rendering, like the preview, often doesn't update, so now it's updated. Modify the existing engine to be run inference turn. Engines are responsible for mapping a turn into provider-specific request payloads, building message arrays from blocks. Middlewares operate on turn. Update the existing middleware type in package inference middleware to use turn instead of conversation. Yeah, I'm going to remove the end storage for now and just use go structs. Fuck it. I'm just adding a list of complexity that that I don't need to handle right now. Like, I'm not going to vibe code something that I actually don't know. Not today, at least. Hey, Prison Break, how's it going? All right, so we're updating our plan, and in the meantime, I also added this tool called Go SQLite regex, which allows you to do some pretty cool shit, and I was surprised by how easy it was to build it. So this is a Go package that adds like the regex functionality to SQLite databases, and you can do joins on regex, which is really cool. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to be coding an agent that goes over my bank statements and extracts categories for the different transactions. That's like kind of the goal. Although the meta goal of it is like building a big agent framework and building it out. So terminal UI is going to be there. It has generative UI already. And then I want to have a pretty fun, what I call a middleware that allows it to be like very on track. So that's where we're at. And right now we're like doing a refactoring of like the core API of my inference framework, which, I mean, I've already been like refactoring in this interface quite a bit, so it's not like all that bad, but I'm a little bit apprehensive that this is going to end up being like a chasing the white rabbit into a whole thing of madness. And I kind of have a deadline on this. Tomorrow's a holiday here in Rhode Island, so I'll probably use that. All right, so for now we removed the and part. So no storage layers. Provide small utilities to manipulate blocks and blah blah. Modify the existing engine. So this is the API I want. No adapters, no conversation-based signature, no backwards compatibility. All right. Middlewares operate on turns. Update the existing middleware types to use turns. And then tool middleware updated to block level semantics. Tool middleware updated to block level semantics. This is like twice the same thing. Okay, provider request may use helper functions to build provider-specific message arrays from a turn block, flattening multiple recent turns into context. I don't know what this is. I'm going to keep that. Detailed design, append block, engine changing. I want this to be a pointer, I think, huh? Make middleware and inference take a pointer, right? Update, make middleware and run inference take turn pointers. Yeah, it's pretty cool if it works. It's going to be pretty cool if it works. Although we do have like, so this is the current one here is like make an extensive form to feed the entire zoo at once and place the order. So this is not all the greatest terminal UI, right? Like there's a little spinner at the top that you don't see right now, which I will do. But then there's like this little UI was generated by the LLM actually. So which is pretty nice, right? It's a tool call that generates a UI and then it sends the output of the UI back. And then so create a YAML with the entire order, fill in the details, use the calculator to compute calorie values and item prices. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. Like, please let it hallucinate. It's too bad that we don't see the streaming thing here. And then you can see the, oh, why does this not work anymore? Control G should be showing the little sidebar here. It's not because, oh, it's probably like all the way up at the top. So that's going to be like refining the UI, something we'll do later. All right, so what did it change here? Breaking point, breaking change, turns, turn, turns, 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 turn. Right, so keep all key references, add events and metrics, when block turn IDs, provide printers and sample subscribers for turn events. I don't want like dual path complexity. I'm gonna see where it goes, right? It's like and schema duplication. This goes. We'll see what this is, the migration strategy is about. Not going to add the persistent layer. Yeah. Okay, cool. New context. Implement it. This is a lot to change, right? Test with simple inference. Or is there like a middleware main.go? Geppetto examples, middleware inference, and simple inference main.go. So we do have two examples that you can use to compile those. And I guess we can go. Like, this is probably going to take a while. I'm not sure what to do in the meantime. Like, there's like, because this is the fundamental API in there, I'm not sure how much I want to vibe at the same point, especially because I don't want to add even more work trees to my whole thing. Yeah, I'm not sure that there's all too much I can do right now. We can go look at the Go simple, Go SQLite regex thing and how it works. So you open the database with open with regex, right? And then you can do things like select where name regex something something, but you can also do joins. So the regex syntax is that, and then you can do pattern-based joins where you join over regex, which is pretty cool. Because then you can create a table with all the patterns and the categories for each pattern, and then join that to your transaction table and see what happens without having to modify the transaction table. Um, I don't know how you can you, if I have, oh my God, if I have a, what is this? Mat and Go SQLite 3 Go extension that adds the regex keyword. Can I load that extension in the standard SQLite 3 CLI tool? I'm not fully sure how SQLite extensions work. Okay. I mean, I could try this in the meantime. This would be pretty cool. Add a SO compile target to Go SQLite regex. Here's some docs. Actually, I should create a new folder, ttemp 250810, right? And then we create a new file in here. And then we call this SQLite cgo SO extension building. Hopefully what GPT-5 told us is correct. And let's see what happens here. In the meantime, what is our little thing doing here? So it added new types with the block kind, the metadata key value, the block data. The metadata key value, I'm not sure that this is all that great. Yeah, I'm going to say, well, I guess this is like fairly easy to add later on. Yeah, I'm going to add like turn metadata KV into a standard metadata map string interface. Also, each turn has a data map string interface, which stores real data. And I'll show why I separate metadata from real data as we go. The cool thing I like about Cursor is that it will queue queries, which is really nice. And then here, I'm going to scan the file as it goes SQLite regex. I kind of really like GPT-5. It's like, it seems to be just like on track to do exactly what I want and no more. I've heard people say Opus is better. I'm like, maybe I'm just doing too many small tasks right now. But the only thing I had is like not prompting it correctly enough to read the documentation for my frameworks, because it needs to call like a command line tool to get the documentation, and that it was a little bit confused by, but that's mostly how to prompt it to do this, because I can see that this is a little bit problematic. Extension, regex extension, C SQLite, you need 2 macro usage using the C preamble, and C, I have it called back into the Go exported thing. I wonder if I should like search online. It's like search and think hard and make a plan. If I just like didn't dig hard enough to make sure that right, because it didn't do any search and it didn't do any thinking here. Maybe that was a little bit too YOLO. So we'll see. Yeah, right. Like this is the kind of stuff that happens when you don't do a search. So we'll see, and we can rewind. All right, so this is now going to rip grep. Okay. I guess I should allow list rip grep all the time. Run this command. Allow list rg. Yep. And this guy. Yeah, so this guy seems a little bit lost, which I expect because I don't think the training corpus is all that solid on this kind of feature. Like this is stuff where it just like has a lot of latitude to just like hallucinate. Man, tabs and spaces in make files is really something LLMs struggle with too. I wonder if it's like going to figure it out on its own or if I need this, because here it's like kind of thinking hard, isn't it? All right, so what did this guy do? I'll compile just the PKG turns in isolation since broader refactors exist. This is nice too, right? Where it just like is doing that. So yeah, continue. Where basically when you're doing refactors, you're going to break everything, right? As you go. And that was like dangerous with Sonnet because it would like start adding wrappers to everything that didn't compile. The first time it tries to compile something, it will not work usually, right? Because you're breaking a backwards compatibility because I don't want to have like forward compatibility. It just like adds a lot of mess. And so that was a good way to get like Sonnet to just like completely diverge. And I never really used Opus. Maybe I should have. It just seemed like so expensive all the time. And I'm really glad that GPT-5 is kind of like good at deleting stuff. It's kind of good at like not doing too much. It's I don't know. I just like have a good time with it. Except that it's slow in cursor. All right, so it's doing the turn API. It's moving the C definitions out of the CGO preamble. Use an existing regex extension. Oh, there was one already. You really want Go, ship a Go C shared SQLite extension. Yeah, I kind of really want Go mostly just like to learn about this. Okay, plan. I really want Go expand. I've also been enjoying the new GPT-5 ChatGPT. So it has been able to do this, right? Now I want it to test it. Test it. This is something I should have delegated to Manus also. Actually, this is something I want to try because I have Manus credits to burn. Manus, I am. Use one of the many regex extensions for SQLite and use them from within Go. YOLO. Oh, I need to sign in? Thought I was signed in. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Okay, my boy. Firefox it is. No. Manus I am. Oh, I'm gonna try it. Adaptive? I'm just gonna see what adaptive does. I never tried adaptive on a coding task. Awesome, Go it is. You can ship. It's funny, it started like speaking in lowercase, which is funny. So all right, so this is weird. I'm gonna let it continue building. Let's see what our turn thing is. Yeah, so it's like changing a shit ton of stuff. I'm not sure what it's doing here. Execute tool flow workflow turns. Deprecated conversation-based workflow kept for reference, but not compiled in turn mode. Interesting. Did they mark it as deprecated? No, it didn't mark it as deprecated. New tool middleware, turn-based stub function, tool execution on blocks to be implemented. Oh, interesting. In Go, I can mark something as deprecated. What other annotations can I do? The only official one. What's the revive linter? What about marking something as stub to do fake implementation and have a linter catch it? What's the options? Search and think. What did you notice? Hey, Jonathan, how's it going? What did you notice? Yikes. Is this done? No, this is still going, right? And then here, all right, so what was it able to fix? So write a full guide on how you built it and what you learned and how to do it next time with detailed explanations for the next developer in Go SQLite regex ttemp 250810 how to build a SO Golang SQLite extension MD. These are kind of things I really want to put on my blog, kind of. Oh, GPT-5 doing the lowercase thing? Yeah, it's funny. When I'm listening to this podcast about people falling in love with their AI on, I think it's called Flesh and Code. Man, it's so fucking weird. And then this video of Kalanick, like whatever, the Uber dude, saying like he's finding breakthroughs in quantum physics. It's man, this like breaks people's brains. It's so fucking weird. Like, I wonder, I mean, no, it's not really weird. And as far as like having AI companions, I mean, it's such a fine line, right? Like, because it's such a fast reinforcement cycle. I never had, like, I know I have these kinds of like sense of loss. I had it definitely because I just can't get myself to think of like an AI as something like a being. I mean, they're just like, but I did feel the sense of loss when they started censoring like the Gemini thought traces, right? But then on the other hand, like when you're neurodivergent, like your whole life communicating with real humans has been like the source of such trauma. Of course, I'm going to talk to a chatbot. Like, the fuck are you saying, right? It's like, I'm not going to put myself out there once again if I'm not sure that I'm in like a really safe environment. So of course I can see like not just the attraction, but like that is actually building up confidence. Yeah, I've been reading more about neurobiology, and ChatGPT is good to like to cross check to because it's like a pop sci book, and I've read enough pop sci books to know how biased they are and how like nonsensical they you read like how did they establish these tropes that actually are not true, like the 10,000 hours bullshit or whatever. And so ChatGPT is pretty good at pushing back, right? So I'm like always like, what does this dude Kalanick like? Kind of how do they prompt these things to like not be confronted with the fact that like quantum physics is like hard and it's a shit ton of work. And because I tried to like make it do like some weird quantum physics. What if quantum physics could explain the fractal nature of the human mind? And so if I do this, right, like it's only with the like the small ass models like this that it like starts doing this stuff that I think I could push into um push into nonsense, right? But then if I do this, and I really wonder, right? Like say Kalanick has a pro account, I'm sure. Uh, give me the real stuff. I tried this earlier and it just gave me like so much math, and I was like, God damn it, I can't even vibe physics. So I wonder if they just stay with like small models for the sake of it, right? Like everybody like crying for 4.0. Yeah, it's. I mean, I know I'm like kind of privileged, right? That like I mean, I guess I used to feel lonely a lot, and then once I got my autism diagnosis, and I realized that I just have to interact with people in a different way, and the fact that I have less physical contact with people makes me actually feel less alone because I'm on Discord all day, and then I'll meet people, you know, once a year or something, and but actually I'm not. Yeah, I don't know, man. I know I'm privileged at this point because I have so many friends, even though I'm like such a recluse. Yeah, of course, like Kalanick is like it's just like this hubris, but it's still like is something is projecting this stuff back, right? Like he can't be serious in like thinking like even if you have like the biggest hubris, I don't know, man. Maybe he's just like he's not the only one. There's so many people being like I've discovered like the secret to the universe. And I certainly had like moments like this in the early days where it was like this kind of sense of vertigo looking at it. And I did have a psychotic break episode in the past where like for one year it was like I've discovered the secret of humanity. And in a way I kind of did because I was just like the secret of humanity was just like lead a good life, get your shit together, and you know, like that's all there is to life. which which is a very valid insight in hindsight. So I'm kind of glad that that was like the extent of my psychosis. But yeah, man, language breaks people's brains. Um, and I'm reading this book called like The Mind is Flat of like how your mind just like makes shit up all the time, right? It's like you don't have depth. You don't your explanation for feelings that you have is like kind of a made up thing in the moment, right? Which still you do have a personality and all of that, which I guess I don't know where the research is on that, but it's like also part of like how your brain circuitry is reinforced. But like in the moment, you can really just attend to one little single thing, which is really really tiny, right? It's just like your brain gives you the impression that you can perceive and keep track of much more. Um, like for example, vision is crazy, right? Like you can't actually see colors outside of a very like small circle. But of course you think you can see colors. Like I think like the wall is red, but actually I did some tests with while I was reading this, I vibe coded like an app that would like show me colors on the sides that I have like no fucking way to see that color. Yeah, like I don't know if it's the autistic brain because like all the super prompt. I mean, it's also the field, right? But like all the people who are really like good at prompting in an innovative fashion are autistic. Uh, and so, because to me, it's always been language. It's always been like, oh yeah, words can like fuck with your head, but it's all words, right? Um, Yeah, and Jonathan, like to your point, like this was kind of. I mean, I know I can't meditate. If I meditate, I'm like catapulting myself into mania and psychosis. But I think a lot of the insight that people gain from meditating is something that I am kind of aware anyway of, like how much you fool yourself all the time, right? And how like maybe because I have such a hard time identifying my emotions, I'm aware of like how much you can just like make up your emotions, and it took me a really long time to differentiate between I'm tired and I'm in fear. Like for a really long time, I couldn't like differentiate these two, and I was like, why am I always so fucking afraid in the evening? Or I'd be afraid during the day, and then I realized like if you take a 20-minute nap, you're good. Um, that kind of like makes it clear to me is like you are able to shape whatever you think you feel, right? And then that's why meds are so great. Like when I don't have my stimulant meds, I'm like so anxious. I'm like so fidgety and I can't concentrate on shit. Um, but it's like this physical underlying thing that I've learned over the years to interpret as anxiety. But I didn't have a name for it for a long time, right? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Like I need to get this shit done. All right, how to build a SO Golang SQLite extension MD. So this is like a cool tutorial. And I kind of like started a TYL blog, which I should just keep with like AI summaries, right? Because those are kind of useful. I'm just gonna post back on those. How do I log into this? Because all of these things like kind of linger. I built this diary functionality the other day, which this diary tool, actually, I think I even have it polished. Diary add. And so can I attach files? I can't attach files, huh? See, this would be a good functionality to be able to add files. I don't know why it has like help twice. The diary is like a managed creation that I then like polished significantly. All right, let's just actually make a new one here. Post, new post, title, building a SO SQLite extension in Go. Because those things are like kind of worth publishing. Maybe I should have removed this. Okay. Yeah, those are good things to have in Google. I think I mean when I find them, I'd be like pretty happy, and I think the writing style is not the worst either. Actually, what does it have here? Add a simple CI matrix to produce SO and dilib. Add caching to the extension version. Today recompiles regex per call. Okay. Anyway, where's our design at? Both examples compile. Okay, cool. So let's go have a look at our test examples. So we have examples, and then we have simple inference. Simple inference hello. Log level debug with caller, and we should see the streaming events. Yeah. All right, this is cool, man. This is nice. Run inferences now. Man, how do I remove the RG but not in ttemp? The heck is this file? Simple chat step. This can be deleted, huh? All right, but this is good. First pass at refactoring to have turn. Okay. So let's continue. What's next? Okay, what's next? Continue. Yeah, I mean, yikes, we're already there with like social media, right? Like that was really, it fucked the planet's brain. I don't know how we get out of this. Like, I find, and probably I'm like in this minority where LLMs give me back my real life a little bit. Although I do feel that that I have to be mindful of like my consumption of AI slop, right? Like I do have to be. I started like writing by myself again in a diary, and probably this like skill of writing text by yourself, I think is important because it's just not pleasant to read AI slop as good as it gets. And writing is hard. And also like it's weird to recognize how much through the writing now and having read so much slop, right? Like when I put effort into my writing to make it like clear and concise, it starts reading more and more like LLM stuff. And on the other hand, so now I have like something to push against where I'm like, no, this is not the writing that I actually want. This is the writing that like all these books about writing, technical writing tell you to do, but actually this is not what I want, because if I wanted it, I can do it now. I can just like use an LLM, and then, you know, what this writes is like pretty good. It has like a little bit too many bullet points or something like that, but that's like prompting stuff. So yeah, so now it has to implement the turn-based middlewares, right? All right, cool. So go ahead. We're at 44% of the context window, which I think probably degrades a little bit faster than if it was 44% in AMP. Just a hunch. I actually haven't seen like GPT-5 degrade really badly. I had these problems yesterday prompting it to like read the docs correctly, but I think that was like more a prompting thing. I was like a little bit cryptic in my prompting. Man, this is gonna be interesting, huh? Because like the first tool middleware, I'll do that. So one thing I could do maybe in this while waiting for this is write another document, which is going to be the agent mode middleware.md. So I want to have a middleware that stores the current mode of the agent. Modes are linked to a set of tools a prompt to be inserted, the agent tool middleware also, besides looking up modes, are linked to a set of tools. The modes definitions are stored in SQL. The agent tool middleware, besides looking up the tools plus prompt, also inserts a prompt that says how to switch modes through a mode switch block. It also parses the mode switch block and switches to the corresponding mode, right? So do we want to add a middleware that adds the turn ID plus to the inference? We can the turn ID and the run ID. Oh, so this is something I should add to the schemas. Like each of these turn blocks runs have an ID, right? And I don't think it did. Types.go and Geppetto turns. It has a run ID and a turn has an ID. And then, yeah, okay, well, cool. We can use the run ID plus turn ID to store the current mode, mode transitions. This allows us to visualize. We can add a explanation block to the mode switch. Chain of thought prompting. Yeah, so this is cool. All right, add a turn-based tool middleware that detects pending tool call blocks, filter allowed tools, executes via toolbox with timeout, and appends tool use blocks. Updated middleware inference to include a with tools and a demo. Oh, so it did that because there's also, what other middlewares are there? Then test the middleware inference. Man, this went smooth. This went really smooth. I'm kind of like really impressed. Why does it run a web search? No, don't just run it. Credentials should be set up to test with Claude. Use Pinocchio profile Sonnet-4. So that's the other thing, is like allowing an engine to switch provider is something that is, I mean, it's going to be there for the future, I think. Why doesn't it know how to build the middleware inference? I see several flags, maybe with tools. All right, so go build middleware inference and then run it. And I'm going to say like just use go run, which should be a memory. I thought this was like in the agent MD, which of course cursor doesn't read. Oh. Okay, unknown flag prompt. Just do a dash dash help, man. Yes, and uppercase and use log level debug with caller. I wonder if it went so smooth because I already had the mana stuff. I wonder if it went so smooth because GPT-5. I wonder if it went so smooth because I had a starting document. I wonder if it went so smooth just because I'm lucky. So here, I don't think it was able to run the tool. Yeah, I don't think it actually executed the tool or passed maybe the tool call to the engine, because the tool call should be a resulting block, not inline XML. This like hallucination of tool calls in the body, I think, is a sign that we should just like skip tool calls and just put stuff in the body, but that's for another day. So this is the first glitch, right? This is the first time where we start seeing it saying like, yeah, it worked, and then you're like, no, it didn't. Because your type message delta. Because it's type text delta, right? You don't have like a tool delta. Message start. Yeah. This is nice, man. So now it's failing patch tools. Maybe this is the context window getting too full. See how it failed the patch tool? Doesn't tell us why. I wonder if this is like the context window starting to hit its to meet its maker. All right, so this is the first glitchiness that we're starting to see happen. We were at 50%, right? Oh, it actually grew, I think, quite a bit with this dude. Right, like I think this added quite a few tokens. Yeah, and then there's this like JSON schema ordered map thing, which maybe warrants some documentation. If this goes sideways, I'll start a new one and then have it write like how far it got. Yeah, it's like not able to patch this stuff. I think I'm going to stop here where it's 60% of 270. Like, I wish I could see why the patch tool fails, but it's the second fail on a different file. I'm like, this starts to smell weird. Write a full document on the refactoring, the steps you took, the functions and files you modified, the tools you ran, and what the current status is, what the next steps are, lessons you learned, errors you encountered. This is for the new developer who is going to continue. store in Geppetto ttemp 250810. And then this was like report on refactoring for turns. Because you can milk the context window at the end of a session, but I don't want to start filling it with just like broken tool calls and all of that, even though the window is full of like useful stuff. But I think we can like compile all this useful stuff, excuse me, into a proper document. And also maybe give us an explanation of what it, what it thought, what led it to fuck up. All right, but overall, we're like pretty deep into it. I'm glad I left the end stuff out. I do like the types that we have. Did it update the? Oh, so this is tools. No, where are the turns? So this is tool definition. Inference engine, types, tools. Where's our definition of types? Of types.go, turns, pkg turns. It's now metadata payload. The metadata of a block is still like a metadata key value. And then of run as well. Create a comprehensive refactor report at refactoring blah, blah, blah. What do you mean by back pressure? Yikes. So where's that document that it created? Report on refactoring. Introduced a new in-memory domain package pkg turns. Run inference turn, old, new, middleware framework, old, new. And then does a turn contain like a list of tools? Did I already add that in there? It doesn't have tool definitions in the turn, right? Yeah. Highlights. Okay, so what does it say about the issues that it encountered? Because that's like the interesting section. What changed? New updated packages, update notable functions after refactor. This all looks good. New tool middleware, execute tool is good too, even though execute tool, I think it will be cool if it has like, if it passes in the turn. Command tools to run, build, runs, Claude code profile. This is good because it will like save it some time afterwards. Errors encountered. Engine middleware mismatches. Tool middleware is still used in internal flow. Usage type mismatched. Claude engine initially appended only text or relied on inline XML. Updated to map response content blocks into turns blocks. LLM text and tool call, JSON schema, properties, map, current status, engines implement turns, middleware's turn based, with tools. Yeah, I'm curious about this tool call stuff. Engines, audit all engines and migrate to turn-based implementation. Okay, so starting a new context using 02 report and 0102 design for integrating the continue working on proper tool calling. You can use individual provider tool calling harnesses in OpenAI tools and Claude tools, then work on the middleware. So that's one. Let's see. So this is getting a little bit into like not vibe part, right? Like now I am going to pay a little bit of attention because um I mean, this is like the fundamental API of it all. And so I do actually, even if it like was fully vibed and perfectly correct, I do need to know how it works because otherwise I won't be able to quickly identify future runs where it goes sideways. And I wonder how long this kind of approach is going to survive, how good they'll be at building these like core abstractions. And I think that's something that will survive quite a long time before LLMs are able to, or like agent systems or whatever, are able to design these like core infra APIs that allows you to build a lot of stuff on top of them. Um, yeah, so that was the reason. Yikes! If the rules and tasks um, is so I'm not going to build like a task system today, but like this agent mode firmware is basically going to be uh, you'll see I'll just add like a single tool that's called like SQL execute, right? And going to see just like how much it does with that. Uh, so yeah, it's going to be interesting about it. Because I was thinking like if you can have, and I started playing with Dolt, right? Like I thank you for pointing that out to me. I've got like a Manus thing that does Dolty stuff, and that will actually come in really really handy now with the turns. Um, and the approach of having like for a lot of tools slash middlewares, they each have their own SQLite database and there's like a unified format that says like, okay, when you add, you can just like add a middleware that says like, please put in your generic SQLite middleware, but it will actually not just extract the schema from the database, but there's going to be like a um, common naming convention of like, this is where the system prompts are in this database so that you can load it into the tool immediately and just say like, look, SQLite database, that's all you need to have this whole like fairly complex kind of setup. Um, yeah, so it seems to be working. I'm Endgo is already like a lot for me to have in the back of my head, and I have to use it for work, or like it's one of the things we're exploring at work, so that's pretty good. And adult stuff will come in time. So we'll see. So what is this guy doing here? It's turning it into a block kind user. So this is cool. Maybe we'll want to have, see, it's putting the payload into the text for block kind user. Interesting. Yeah, this JSON schema ordered map kind of stuff. Maybe something I need to put better into the documentation. I noticed there's actually no documentation about tool calling. So that's maybe, oh, they're streaming inference with tools. So, all right, run the harness with proper provider credentials. All right, run OpenAI tools. No need for profile. Run Claude, both with -- log level debug -- with caller to help with debugging, making sure we send the proper tool definitions to the underlying API and receive proper tool, use tool blocks and send back tool result blocks. Let's go back to writing some agent mode middleware. I think maybe I already finished. See, it's not passing the tools in. Yeah, this is weird. Holy shit, this is weird. Because it... The event ID is a little bit weird also. Using streaming, receiving, I'm unable to access tool schema, debug logging for tool testing. Engine is not Cloud Engine. The OpenAI engine didn't configure tools correctly. It seems to have said not a Cloud Engine. So this is weird. This is something that broke, right? I'm just going to sparkle this. I'm going to call it poop art working on OpenAI Cloud tool calling. Because it's weird, right? Like I said, like, oh yeah, this was successful. OpenAI path worked end to end. Claude didn't. Engine selected OpenAI. What was the second one that it ran? It only ran one, right? Oh yeah, you should run. For Claude, you need to run it with Pinocchio profile is equal to Sonnet 4. All right, this is getting a bit messy. That's good. I was like, also, I don't know how the tool calling is like really built. So, all right, Claude has definitely tool calls. So those work. It's the OpenAI ones that don't work. And I wonder how it broke them. So did the OpenAI tool call work? Test OpenAI. Again, make sure the tool is really executed. No. It's just the messages API stuff. Like I have it because it had to change the whole adapter logic. Oh, it received the tool call Delta. So now the OpenAI stuff. No, but it didn't rerun it. No, did it rerun it? Test OpenAI tools. Oh yeah, this time it worked. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, maybe the error that we saw before was actually just like not having set the right profile. So okay, so it did work. All right, so that's cool. What's the next step here? Next step, audit all implementation. Okay, so we don't need to actually keep all of this garbage in here, right? We just need to go back to this. Because we don't need all of this stuff, which eats quite a bit. So continue with the next steps in the report. Yeah, and it didn't change any files anyway. I have to read more on this harmony format. Address does what's this GPT OSS harmony tool calling format search and think hard. How would this change prompting in coding agents? Yeah, so the other thing is like for building a coding agent, right, on my side, it'd be great if there was like, right, especially with Crush, if we could just like share tools across the Go ecosystem for things like edit file and like widgets to show diffs and stuff like that, even though, because I don't want to use Crush, like I have a pretty different concept of what an agent should look like or how to build them, but there's like many tools we can just share. There's like a lot of things that can be shared. So I wonder how that will evolve. I know that open code moved away from Go. What's funny, Codex agents like the Codex in the cloud just like literally writes patch files and runs patch on them. Which is funny. It's interesting, huh? Interesting. Analysis, commentary, and final. Which is something that I put in here as well, right? On the agent mode switching, we do chain of thought in our work implementation. And we do chain of thought by just like changing the YAML format that it has to output, which makes it like very easy to control. All right. I'm going to have to go pee, I think. I'll leave you looking at this beautiful agent here, and I'll be right back. Hey Juan, how you doing? Yeah, isn't that what advertising is all about? At least in the scale of the internet. All right, cool. This is advancing the way it should. I see so few ads um, because I've switched to Kagi and I have like ad blockers, and I just like it's so weird to see an ad again. It's like, and it's so horrible how it basically breaks your brain, right? It's like such a. I keep recommending Kagi to people because the product is also so much better, right? It's like as soon as you have ads at play, the product degrades. I mean, none of this is new in terms of like criticism, but it's like I haven't seen ads for like 3 years now, and like seeing one, just like pulls me out of my reality so bad. All right, so yeah, there's another tool that I want to build. So I'm going to make one more document here. New file 04 SQLite tool.md. I want a tool that you give a SQLite DB. It will expose the schema by reading the schema and transforming it to SQL. It will also look for a prompt table and add these prompts to the turn. I want a tool, a middleware, that you give a SQLite DB and it adds a tool to the turn. So having the tools, the turns store the tools is going to be the next one. We do have, again, the model provided invalid arguments to apply patch. I wonder what the size of our context window is at this point. Did it pass 60%? What do you think? 47%. We'll see. What is it struggling with? Oh, it's just like deleting stuff. Okay, so I know what this apply patch failure is. There's probably many lines that are similar. I swear it's going to use sed or something. I am going to eat a donut. I'm eating so much sugar today. It's not good. But I'm out of food. Look at this shit. All right, but we're getting somewhere. And like, there's one big thing that I forgot to add in my turn description is that a turn should have the tools that are enabled, disabled, or like even um, like custom tool definitions. So what I'm gonna do, um, I'm gonna have it analyze the tool implementation right now. How to add tools, how they called, like what the helpers are, and all of that. Write like a guide about it because it doesn't. See, Sonnet, I think, would have like added a lot of slop here already, seeing how much I've hacked on tools. Because I think the tool stuff is like getting a little bit out of my control at this point, and asking it to do. Juan, my thoughts on what? So today I'm working on my LLM framework. I've been changing like the core API of it, and I'm like further changing it so that I can build an agent that parses my bank statements and categorizes all the transactions by creating regular expressions that it's able to test against the transactions. But really, it's like an excuse to build out my agent framework, and I finally am at like a finally am happy with what I have. I certainly over-engineered things 2 years ago, and it really cost me. Like that was maybe the biggest mistake I made in the last couple of years. Because it really kept me from building agents. See, I don't know if this is because of the test structure or if it's degrading because of the window size. But it's really struggling, man. And I wonder if like switching to another model just to like help it along would be good. All right, so what is broken still? I think I'm stuck. Let's touch grass. Update the remaining failing steps. No errors when loop calls. So update the report and add a detailed section on what is currently wrong with what caused you to touch grass. All right, so we're seeing a couple of cracks here. I think mostly because the tool stuff is actually opaque and not great. Yeah, I recommend updating the test to expect no error. So maybe that's what I should do anyway. So update the test to expect no error, then write a detailed guide on tool calling, tool middleware, tool helpers, how tools are passed to the engine, API, how the resulting blocks are parsed, basically everything related to tools, how to register them, etc. Write first, call the glaze utility with glaze help how to write good documentation pages and write the file, what is it, gpedo next to 06 inference engines.md. Also update 06 inference engines to be about the new turn data structure. Write another guide 07 tools md and 08 turns dot md. So what do you mean, Juan, by yeah, no worries about the dyslexia and the two languages. Like you're fine. So how do you manage context manually? What do you mean by that? And yeah, definitely like this middleware concept, which I mean, I've never. It's like a DSPy and cool to me. Is something that I haven't seen anybody do, and is a really powerful thing. And I'm starting to divulge it. It's like our secret sauce at work, and something we'll have to publish so that it's associated with our name since we're early. It's such a simple pattern, though. I wonder how much it's struggling here. I don't know if it's like this is not right. I don't know. This seems weird. I don't want to do tool calling inside the middleware anyway, I think. I wonder also if like GPT-5 or like Cursor has access to unused stuff and if it's able to like delete unused functions. So, okay, so you manage the context in your own agents, right? Like not encoding agents that are off the shelf. And when you say manually, you have like a UI to modify the context. Like, what does that look like? Can you like click on like messages and remove them, or how do you do that? Man, see, this is the stuff that was happening yesterday as well. It's like I told it to read Glaze help how to write documentation, and then it like writes one as well. So I don't know why it does that. It did the same yesterday. I don't know. It's weird. It like at least it's like a little bit better here, but I don't know why it like wrote its own. What's the prompt that I used? First call and write the file. Oh, see, this is the prompt error that I did here. And then write the file next to this. Okay, so this is my prompting was sloppy. My bad. Okay, so how do tool calls work actually in this framework? So you define register tool. Man, I can't double click on this stuff. That's annoying. Tools, new in-memory tool registry, new tool from func, register tool. Convert registry entries to engine tool definitions and configure on engine. Registry list tools. Okay, so this looks like we could introduce an interface in here. It's a little bit better named. Okay. Yes. Update 6. And so there's a bunch of like refactors that I want to do, which I should note before because there's so many. To do refactor cleanup.md. So the first one is add tool registry to turn. Clean up metadata kv in run block. Add block helper methods. Add proper interface for configure tools. I don't know what else I wanted to do. That's why I should have kept it to do already early on. Okay. So yeah, so clean up. All right, so clean up the tool helpers tool middleware. So I don't know if I want to have a middleware to do the tool calls. Huh. Oh, so you kind of have like you do have a query for the messages and that like kind of creates the on-demand context for the next inference. So you can say like, oh, give me all the messages that are tagged with like this tag or something like that. Okay, so it updated the docs. So now I can rewind, remove this doc. And so I free up a little bit of context up here. Or maybe, huh? I don't know. Yes. And continue on 02 report on refactoring for turns. I'm going to commit where 67% of the context window. I don't know how long I want to keep milking that one. Tractor, fire, art, continue refactoring for the turns type. Look at that. Removing more conversation stuff. Also do the consolidation of helpers for tool calling middleware. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So what kind of queries do you do? Like what are your agents doing? Out of curiosity, if you wanna share. because it's similar to some of the things that I want to do. One thing that's like interesting there is like how to manage like prefix caching, right? Like you don't want to change, like at some point when you have a prefix that's been cached, you changing the messages each turn can actually turn it into something more expensive and slower. Very cool. Yeah. So this dynamic building of queries to get its own context is like pretty much what I want to explore today as well. And then like the cleanup part of it as well, right? It's like I'm not sure how far I'll get into like kind of having a branch that builds something, and then once that thing is built, like replace it with a summary or doing those kinds of things. Um, a, a builder for humans post for, like a code builder thing. Yeah, there's so many interesting things to explore, huh? Did you see the generative UI that I already have in the agent? Not for building code, like for building what? For extending humans itself? What does that mean? We're at 70%. Then update 0 to report because we are going to hand our work off. Finally, do go format and make lint and fix the linting errors. It probably won't compile right now because I broke this like fundamental API, but I'll show you. It's like a very simple tool that just like generates a UI in my terminal agent. The agent's super stupid. But the generative UI and the terminal UI, I haven't seen that yet in other tools. And it's really quite fun because you can just tell the model like, make a UI for whatever info you need. And so I hope that, it will let me choose like a couple of regex to like keep or so, and then it will just like generate the UI for it. All right. All right, I'm going to let it clean the code and then commit it. And then in the next run, we will have it compile Pinocchio, I think. And we're going to add like block helper methods. Wait, why is it doing this in the wrong directory? Run make lint in the, well, whatever. So this artifact that you can share, is that kind of like a thing you can integrate into your, like it's like a richer version of MCP, kind of? Is that how I can think of it? Cool. Yeah. Feel free to DM me. All right, like I want to get done with this refactor. I know it was like a significant refactor, but now it's I want to move on. I just want it to work, man. Yeah, I want to play more with like my JavaScript idea, which I think is maybe like a little bit similar to yours. Which is just ship a SQLite database with JavaScript code in there, and then the model can write like more JavaScript code on top of it. And you just need to import libraries to do different things. So yeah, richer version of MCP. I don't know if you've seen my talk about MCPs are boring, but yeah, I don't know what MCP is supposed to be, man. I just don't understand it. Man, I hope I can keep hacking for like 7 hours. We're at 2:30, so maybe, and it's 2:30 and it's 7. I hope I can go until midnight, because I do have stuff to build. All right, so it's fixing all the lints. That's going to be nice. What the fuck is that? Never seen that error before. What can I do while this is going? Like, can we read some drama? Is there some drama going on? Man, I hate X. Like, lang chain. Really? I think right here is pretty good. Actually, the SQLite middleware plus the agent mode middleware should be enough to just create right here, and then just like a simple task tag kind of thing. Oh, what's the? I mean, I'm not following Disney at all. What's the deep fake The Rock? Is that like current drama? All right, so it looks like cool. So continue refactoring. Unit tests go through. Linting goes through. Means that has deleted quite a bit of slop, probably. If we go to simple chatstep.go, this stuff is unused, right? Like we're gonna remove like a little bit more stuff in here. Chat metadata. Go validator is not in your Go mod file. Restart language server. You little creepy little thing. What does that even mean? Man, go sec and it's like errors on like... Don't get me started. Actually, I should just disable this in left hook. Okay. Is this still not like fix it? What is going on here? Let me clean up like a little bit more shit in here while I'm at it. I don't understand this. Exilize? Ah, good old joy of like Go language server, Go mod. Drives me batty every time. All right. Go mod tidy. Is it going to do? No. All right. But you're still like complaining. I wonder if it's temple. All right. Anyway, what's the next step? It's yeah. I don't know why it's complaining about this one. So the simple inference theming, middleware inference. What do we want to build next? So we're going to start a new conversation, right? Because we're at 75%. I don't want to push it. Also, this will help us validate that these things are all correct. So we're at the to-do refactor, and then we also have the report on refactoring, which we've had it update. So next steps, audit all implementations. So, okay. So add helpers to quickly create common blocks. C02 report and 08 turns. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I mean, that's the stuff I find really sad, right? It's like art. Man, AI art, at least the way it's like pushed right now, is just like so fucking ugly. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, what the Rock plays is already slop AI or not, right? I don't know. I've been living in like my little artsy world outside of like big productions as well. I mean, I watch series, but not. I don't know where this is all going. Like, this is kind of a little bit dismaying. I noticed how the reading slop does, I think, impact me more than I realize consciously, and that I have to like consciously work against it. But also, I have like 40 years of like just doing stuff on my own, right? Which I can rely on. Yeah, it's weird because like, I mean, Star Wars is something that has been milked so many fucking times, right? Like, there's so much better sci-fi out there that would be worth. I don't know, man. The image and video stuff compared to like text for coding, right? Like coding is really like the thing where where these things work great. I know. So what did it do? I added a new helper blocks. Did it though? Oh yeah. Okay, so now use them across the code to replace manual block building, and then update the document as well. I should have updated the metadata struct before. Did you know Go Releaser can generate NPM packages for Go? This is pretty cool. Why do people put their lenses and all that shit in there? No one cares. Someone forget to clean the PCB before sending it off? I know what I can ask Manus to build. So I had ChatGPT, right? Write like a Guidra. Why is this so slow? What are you doing? Okay. All right. So what I'm going to give Manus, here's a book about reverse engineering with Guidra. Install Guidra, follow. So find a AWVR hex firmware binary online. Or build one yourself. Install Guidra and then use scripts to reverse engineer the binary. Do a full write-up. All right. What's this boy doing? Okay, so it replaced all these things, right? We're going to have a look at the diff. Oh man, I need to go pee again. It's the downside of Red Bull. Git diff. New user text block. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Instead of turns, append block. New multi-response block mock engine. Man, there's like crazy shit in there. All right, anyway, so this is great. Make test. Cool. Use helpers to create blocks. And then replace the metadata KV entirely with map string interface across all types next to turns. So that was the second one we wanted to do, right? It's like add block helper methods. So now we're doing clean up the metadata, and then I think this is also cleaned up at this point. I also wanted to tell it to update turns and as needed. Maybe I'll do that at the end. Yeah, I think there's a guide or MCP, right? So how does it work though? All right, let's have a look. So this is the Python wrapper for MCP. So, okay, so what tools do we have? List methods, list classes, decompile function, rename data, list segments, list imports, list exports. This is cool. Search functions by name, since like la 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 la. So I'm gonna point Manus to this. Here's a list of tools given to a LLM to reverse engineer something. Use it as inspiration. And then blogs and write-ups about using LLMs to reverse engineer firmwares, for example, with Guidra, search hard, think hard. All right, so removed. So in this file, removed everything to be with metadata. And then in a block, there's a payload. Okay, so that's good. All right. Then use constant keys to index into block payloads and turn block run metadata. Search across the code base. What's Manus doing? It's unzipping Guidra, installing Java, boot Pinocchio firmware. Found several hex files in the Pinocchio firmware. Interesting. I'm curious to see what comes out of this one. Because this is something that I want to try out with like GPT OSS. See how far I get with the 20 billion parameter version of it. Because reverse engineering, a lot of it is just like pattern matching, right? So it's like actually not something that small models are, I think, really bad at, especially if they have tools to to interact with it. So one of the ideas I had was if you can flash it on something external, then you can like start verifying that all of it like makes sense. I don't know. I'll add new things. Cool. This is what I wanted. This is perfect. Helper blocks. Map string any text. Oh man, this GPT-5 is I mean, I don't know. It's like it's buttery. What was the things we struggled with? It had some apply patch failures. It struggled a bit with... It didn't really struggle on anything. This is like a hard task. I had to tell it to use the log. Mostly it's just like prompting stuff that I forgot. And I always wonder, like, how much effort do I want to put into fixing these into like cursor MD files and stuff like that? Like I'm still not happy about how to manage this documentation stuff, and like kind of keeps me from like focusing on files and adding things into these files, because I do want to have a better system. But that's, you know, maybe that's like a problem that I have of wanting things to be perfect and then not doing like the half perfect thing in between. I don't know. And then on the other hand, like people think I YOLO all the time, which is like this weird tension of like I'm a perfectionist and also I just like YOLO shit. So I never know. I never know if I over engineer or under engineer, or just like don't care enough or care too much. All right, cool. So this was the cleanup on add a proper interface where configure tools is referenced. Maybe there are other places with in place interfaces that could be improved. And then the big one, the last one that's really missing, is the add tool registry to turn, which I mean, hopefully will go well, and like maybe I'll learn about tools in this, because I still don't know if I want to do tool calling in a middleware. That kind of like, how does this work actually? Tools enable models to call functions with structured input, tool definitions, name, descriptions, JSON schema for parameters, optional examples, pass tools to provider engines, turn blocks emitted by engines, LLM text, model requests. Okay, yeah, this will need to be revised a little bit. And then turns, how is this defined? This is pretty fucking terse, man. This is like a little bit too terse for my liking. So we'll try to do a tool, a doc updating thing. Because they're a little bit too terse for my taste. Even though I gave it its guidelines. Anonymous inline interfaces. So it added a tools configurable. So does it warn? Why is this in main every time? Yeah, because this is going to move, right? Like this is going to be another significant refactor of like moving the tool definitions to the turns so that each inference call can have different tools and they should be registered on the engine, right? Like what does configure tools do in like say engine OpenAI is that it stores the tools inside the engine and then and my cat's going to be annoying, so I'm going to take a small break after this. And then it's going to add the tools to the request. So it means run inference has to use the tool registry inside the turn, right? Okay, so that's not going to be too hard, and it actually like simplify everything, so that the engine only needs to say I can do tool calling, right? Because certain models don't. So it's not even really on the engine. It's like on the model of the engine. So we'll see. Oh, look at that. It's like compiling Pinocchio because that was the one thing that I wanted to test as well. Oh, my cat needs attention, so you'll have to look at this while it's going. And then I'll start this like big refactor. I wonder if I'm going to do a YOLO refactor. I'm going to do a YOLO refactor. So by YOLO refactor, I mean I'm going to not create a plan. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to say like, please move tool registry out of engine and move it to turn and then see what happens. So git add pkg, and then I'm going to say do a bunch of cleanup of APIs. And now I'm going to do the YOLO refactor. So now refactor engine and turn so that the turn has the tool registry and engine doesn't keep track of them. It means that we can potentially modify the tools available at each turn. That's it. I'm just going to not prompt more. I'm going to leave it at 45% because it has like a bunch of stuff in the context window that I don't want to like necessarily lose since we're going to obliterate a lot of it anyway. So no need to like make sure that these documents that we have right now are usable per se. I'm just going to build it on top. It's 45%. We should be good. Make sure the different test tools in command examples work with the new approach. Then update 07 tools and 06 inference engines. Make sure to call glaze with glaze help write how to write good documentation pages to get a set of guidelines on how to write documents that are nice to read. I don't know. I'm adding a little bit of like fluffy. But basically this is like the YOLO refactoring that I'm kind of like, partly it's laziness, partly it's like just seeing how well models are. Cause like, right, like I wouldn't trust like a model like Qwen 3 to be able to do this. But nor do I trust Claude, Sonnet, at least to do this. But I think from what I've seen from GPT, this will be totally within its possibility. Yeah, and when the cat starts meowing, it really like fucks me up. Like I'm so sensitive to sound. I'm so sensitive to his like meowing, which he knows very well, right? Like, so I'm gonna play a little bit with him. I do need to take like a little break. It's been 3 hours. It's just great. I wanna go for like 4 more hours or so. I really want to get really far on this today. All right, well, let's go. You get the pleasure of like seeing what it does. It's probably going to ask for like a tool call approval in like 2 seconds, I'm sure. Um, but I'll be back in like 10 minutes or so. Um, should I make like a little, a little gizmo? Let's do it with Claude. Make a minimal ASCII UI animation in hacker style, but unicorn, rainbow, colored, Neo Tokyo cyberpunk that says coming back in a minute, but with spiciness. See, this is the speed that GPT OSS has on my MacBook M1. It's just crazy. Oh, this is going to be so corny. It just doesn't have any style. Oh man, this sucks so bad. This is so fucking ugly. This is so ugly, man. So fucking corny. Let me try vibing this differently. Um, first, make a Gibson style description of the animation UI. Then map it to ASCII characters and graphics. Then build the UI. I wonder if this kind of chain of thought will do something cooler. But I'm just going to pay some graphic artist once I have once my terminal UI agent stuff works well. I'm just going to pay some artist to do some kick-ass stuff. Probably. I wonder if the e-boys. Yeah, I'll commission them. I think. Oh shit. I worked with them a long time ago. We did their web page in like Common Lisp. I wonder where my book of them is. Like they had this kick-ass book. I should ask my my parents to send it back to me. They have puzzles. That's great. Yeah, they're most certainly sold out. It's old. It was like 20 years ago. Hello E-Boy, that's the one. Oh, you can get it used for $50. Used, very good. Sick. All right, so what did this do? Yeah, this sucks just as bad. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I hate it. cyberpunkeboy.com unicorn Neo Tokyo inspired. Then create some ASCII graphics in eBoy pixel style. Then merge it all together into some neon sign. Crazy UI. Why am I doing this? I need to go to the bathroom. The fuck is that? What is this dude doing? Like working. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I can do some significant vibe refactoring with GPT-5. What are the kind of diffs that it did? All right, like it removed all of this. This is great. It like doesn't do any backwards compatibility. Yeah, I'm pretty confident about this one. Just not too bad, huh? It still looks like butt. Task completed. Allow. What is go lines? What does go lines do? Format source code by managing line length. Interesting. Allow list apply patch. The fuck is that? It's like adding a curly brace. Not found apply patch. I think I'm getting too far into the context window here. Why does this look like but? How can I make this, make a minimal ASCII UI animation in Cyberpunk, flashing neon sign, but in ASCII, basically. Not a terminal UI, but graphical, but graphics. I don't know how to tell it what I want. What the fuck is that, man? It's so intent on like wanting to use Neo Tokyo as a word that I should remove it. And it still makes a HUD out of it. Yeah, it's really hard to go against the grain here. Still makes a terminal out of it. All right, this is pretty cool though. I like the title. I like the title animation, but the title should say coming back soon. Also make the other texts animate like the title, but less frequently. Okay, build and run the individual example programs for Claude stuff prepend with Pinocchio profile. Glitch is not defined. My fucking god. I love the way it's actually implemented. That's actually pretty cool. Because I tried to do effects like this and it was hard to make it work. This is a pretty cool way of implementing it. Ice wall breached. Crypto mining. I had this one thing somewhere where it like renders emojis as ASCII, which was pretty cool. I don't know where I put it. Cool. This seems to be working over here, huh? All right, cool. So, I mean, vibe refactoring. There we go. Refactor turn to have the tool registry. Actually, before we commit, let's see what it did. So it removed the engine tools down from here, right? And then it adds this to the initial turn. And when a new turn's created, that's also like something that I wonder. All right, well, this was like it's a tight refactor as well. I wonder how much it might have missed, right? Make test, fix the tests. And then publish and copy link. And then if I start it here, this is so fucking ugly, man. Stabilize matrix. Enable neon. Whatever this is doing. Okay, I'll be back. Yeah, not the ice wall, but neural link is active. It didn't do this animation though. Oh, it did it here. Oh man, this is cool. I love this. I'm gonna add this to my terminal UIs. This one's sick. Like that animation I really like. Because the way I want this to kind of, I don't know, this is gonna be fun. Well, we'll add a little bit of fun to the whole thing. We'll add some fun. All right, I'll be right back. I like, yeah, I like this glitch effect. I wonder how I'll remember that I like this glitch effect. Oh shit. What is FD? What is it trying to do? What is it doing here? No, 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 no. What are you doing? Run, make, test in Geppetto, fix. I was trying to fix the test like in this vibes repository, which is like filled with like millions of lines of nonsense. While it fixes this, let's go look at our reverse engineering. Okay, so it checked out this firmware, downloaded the hex. It's going to install Guidera. Cool. So it looked at the tools that I gave it. It's downloading the zip. It's running the... Will it be able to run Guidera, or is it going to hallucinate everything? Like that's one of the dangers, is like it fails to like run a tool, and then it just makes up that it's able to run this tool, and then your entire Manus project is like, what is this? So it converts it to a binary. Unsupported language, AVA, art. So it's struggling a little bit to get the right language. I hope it wrote up what was problematic. So it's writing a Python file to analyze like an AVR thing. What the fuck? How does this even work? We'll see. It's rerunning everything? What is this? It's writing some Java. It's not able to compile its Java. Man, I hope it's going to be able to like build something. Oh yeah, so that worked. Cool. Yeah, but this is like totally not the case, right? Interesting. I so don't trust this stuff. All right, so atmel atmega 256 firmware hex download. Let's see if we find something interesting here. What is GRBL? Yeah, this looks good. I'm going to download this, and I'm not going to tell it what it is. Right? I'm not going to go here, and then I'm going to remove every mystery firmware at mega 328p hex. And then I'm going to be write more scripts, code, and reverse engineer mystery firmware. I hope it won't find too many strings in there. I'm sure it will find strings and then just like hallucinate and reverse engineering based on the strings that it found. No, ban. Goodbye. What did it tell us about EMBA AI supported firmware analysis? That's pretty cool. All right, yeah. Write a full detailed analysis report. Examples for all of these. And then I'm going to turn on research. Oh. All right, where are we here? Make test, then again after fixing. That works. So what did it change? Build failed on generic tool calling. Okay. Funny that they do crypto stuff. I mean, of course they do kind of generative stuff. All right. Man, I have a headache. What helps against headache? More Red Bull. All right, so I want to make sure that my programs still work though. So simple inference, for example, simple inference hello. I don't think we need a streaming simple inference because everything's streaming now. Write a sick ass long Bible verse. Oh, it's not printing it out in this one, right? It's like if I do simple streaming inference. then it will do it. So if I remove the logging, all right, cool. So, what is generic tool calling? So go run examples generic tool calling. What's the weather in Paris? Is it called tool result, location Paris, and compute 25 plus 10. Oh, hey, cool. So all of this stuff still works. Does Pinocchio still work though? Yeah, okay. So that's the next part. All right, we are at 70%. So we're going to say like update tools and 08 turns 8 and 06 inference engines to reflect all the new stuff. Make sure to use the glaze help how to write good documentation pages reference to improve the documentation and make it great. Oh, now Mr. Cat is active. Gonna update this. Play with Mr. Play with Mr. You gonna say hello? Mr. Princess? Are you the little princess that slept all day? And we're gonna fix Pinocchio after this. So so that compiles and that the simple agent compiles as well. So hopefully this will be done while I'm playing with my cat. I'm pretty happy with the vibe refactoring. Like I think this with Sonnet would have not ended well. It's just very tight, right? Like it just like made like a 60 line refactor where it needed to. And I've been very, very unlucky with Sonnet and AMP code and doing that. It was just like added like a whole layer of slop each time. And of course that accrues. And I've been like slathering stuff on top of this Geppetto for like days now, and it's holding up pretty well. Yeah, what I call vibe coding is like I don't even look at the code. I mean, I haven't been looking at the code here, but like the vibe coding for me is like I don't even look at a spec. I don't even try to make a spec. I just like write what I want. So obviously, I'm pretty experienced, so like my vibe coding level is like still thinking of like code and architecture stuff, right? But I'm like when I said, oh, please move the tool registry into the turns, it is a little bit jargony, and in a way, I already think of the code, and I can't like not do it. But also, I like didn't create a plan. I didn't tell it to plan. I just was like, YOLO, let's just put like the tools in the turns, and you'll see what I actually am going to have it do once it finishes the documentation, right? Actually, there is a middleware file. There's no middleware file. Okay, so that's cool. So I'm going to have it write I'm going to have it write like a whole tutorial about middlewares. So yeah, this should turn into like a whole reference guide with more code examples and stuff like that. So turn improve 07 and 08 to have code snippets and be much more guided walkthroughs like 06 Inference Engine is. Then also write a full 09 middlewares.md that gives detailed reference and context and examples of building middlewares and using them, right? So I'll do that. I'm going to play with my little beast. I'll be back, I think, in like, I don't know, 10 minutes. So might as well put back my little neon glitch part, because this guy's starting to stress me out, which really is the downside of autism. Stressing me the fuck out. All right, coming back soon. My friends, hack the planet. Always. All right, see you. All right, come here, my boy. Come here, my boy. All right. I wrote some documentation. So what does this look like? Middleware's turn-based. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to rewind, but I'm not going to change the files, right? Because I don't necessarily need to have all of this in here because it knows enough. Man, like the second I sit back down, this dude like starts meowing again. But then when I go see him, he just like lies there. Oh my god. All right, so fix Pinocchio main.go and simple agent main.go. Right? Continue with that reverting. Because now we have all this documentation here in Geppetto, right? Git add pkg. And then here we can just say like add documentation. So this guy is burning now. And then the next thing I think start doing maybe in a separate session here is like have this agent mode firmware, right? Mode switch can be optional. What is it doing here? I'm gonna have to attend to this like little freak. Yeah, this doesn't compile. Like, why did it not understand this? Oh my god, this is stressing me out. I'll be back. Why are you so annoying? And I'm giving him these like catnip treats, and like now he just like badgers me until he gets them. Little freak. All right, so Pinocchio compiles again, and then what about the simple agent? Like I'm curious to see if this still works. Hello. See, this doesn't work anymore. Fuck. All right, so this is gonna be interesting now. I wonder. I'm gonna. We're at 84%. Definitely time to start a new one. Oh my god, this fucking cat. Why does it trigger me so badly? I don't know. All right, use tmux to run Pinocchio with go run in Pinocchio main.go as Pinocchio code Unix hello. Pinocchio code Unix hello chat. Log level debug. Holy fuck. Log file agent.log. Cat agent.log. Starting cache update. Like, what the fuck is all of this? This is way too... Oh my god. Bobity. Remove cache update. So let's start first with chat log level debug with caller log file agent temp agent.log to see why we don't get the streamed results back after all the refactors in Geppetto. C06 inference engines. But first, remove the debug logging in Bobity, which is not important, at least the caching stuff. To debug, feel free to add more debugging logs. To debug Pinocchio, use tmux to run Pinocchio and interact with it. I think I already said that, but so this is going to be, I think this is like potentially a tricky thing to debug. The events that are now being sent by the new engine don't seem to be caught by the UI. It's potentially also very simple to fix, right? Like, it could just be that we're not passing the right sync or something. So I'm really curious to see, because this is crossing, that's like two big programs. I'm really curious about what it will do here. And I guess oh, so it analyzed the firmware here. 170 functions, 88% utility, employed a systemic. This is like garbage. See, it's looked at the strings and then it like uses that. It uses strings again. Strings. It found the GRBL string. GRBL firmware implementation. So it didn't really reverse engineer the individual functions, right? not very interesting. So continue analyzing the firmware by starting to reverse engineer individual functions using the guide-ref functionality to label them, etc. Do some real reverse engineering work instead of guessing based on strings. Annotate variables, etc. I don't know if this is like a really good prompting thing. I wonder what this like kind of gave us. LLM powered firmware reverse engineering. Yeah, I think you kind of need a human in the loop, right? So I wonder if for this like OpenAI hackathon, I should build a tool that's like human in the loop. Continue. Use tab to send message after typing it. But you should already see a response to hello. I don't know why it didn't continue, but so what's Radara 2? Can you reverse engineer firmwares with Radar? Why am I looking at this? This is like... So those are all like kind of... those fine-tuned models. Cloud-powered binary analysis platform. I wonder how many of those are... Write a book about reverse engineering AVR firmwares. Why can't I turn on deep research? Deep research. Huh? It's broken. I has AVR. Okay. Write a full book about this. Oh, I can only do one of those. All right, goodbye. Experienced embedded developers, AVR, all. Yes. All right. Using reverse engineering as a sidekick. Okay, so just using MCPs. Weird. MCP Pro servers. There's quite a few. IDA Pro. Gydra. Um, oh, sorry for not talking. I'm like, my brain is taking a little bit of a hit, but I do want to do until midnight, so 4 more hours, because I really want to get this over with. So here it was able to get the streaming events. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. And then maybe I should start a separate conversation here, which is I want to build an agent mode middleware, like in Tier 3 agent mode middleware, according to 08 middlewares. No, it's like middlewares.md 9. And I don't know where I want to build it. For now, build a simple command experiments agent mode program that exercises the middleware on its own. It has a tool registry, and the agent mode gives a list of tool names to use. All right, so this would be building a middleware on its own with its own like testing scaffold. Cache noise removed, tmux session is running. If you want, I can add more targeted to trace UI read events are dispatched and processed correctly, but that's actually not the case because tmux attach t pino. Oh, so now it works? Huh? Call me Ishmael. Write a long poem inspired by Melville. Oh, you are now a poet. Holy shit, I really like, okay, write a Melville inspired, write a bash script inspired by that author. I think it's not getting its full history. Oh no, it is. Cool, so all of this still works. That's great. So what was wrong? One will never know. Uh, oh no, it changed the UI backend, didn't it? Right? Weird, man. Um, oh, look at that. Experiments tool use. I think we can kill that because we have so many now in the weather tool. Yeah. And what's the other one that like fails? Is the chat runner. All right. Run, make test in Pinocchio and fix the issues. And the other one is in Geppetto. What changed here? Data key agent mode. And the data key should be somewhere else. Oh, and I forgot to change the XML to another format. So, all right, the data key for the middleware should be in the same file as the middleware. All right. So we have two sessions running. We have fixing Pinocchio, at least the building, and then we are building our agent mode middleware. It'd be great to have Pinocchio, the UI tool, support tool calling, but that would take us too far for today. So what does this do now? Make test, no failure, make lint. Run make lint in Pinocchio and fix. And then do we have docs in Pinocchio to update? There's so much junk in here. Yeah, this is all out of whack. So run glaze help how to write good documentation pages, which will give you guidelines on how to write great documentation. Use it to write 01 chat runner events. I don't know. I'm being like a little bit aggressive on my prompting because it's been like causing problems in the past. So there's still like broken shit. So fixing the simple chat agent, I guess, is the next. Oh shit, this is the wrong chat. Has to be going here. This is the problem with multiple sessions, huh? All right, so we are here. Run it. Test it with some mock data. Oh shit, the knowledge disappeared. Oh shit, my brain is taking a hit, but I have so much to build still, because we're still kind of on the... No, we're actually starting to build middlewares. So in my master plan, oops, we have now finished this. And we're moving on to the agent mode middleware and the SQLite tool middleware. And I think after that, we should be able to start having a simple agents that able to switch agent mode. And then from there, what is command vglaze? Command? I've never heard of that. What's that? What is command? Command in Linux is, no. What's the command? Used to run a command while bypassing any aliases or functions with the same name. Command ls will execute the ls command directly. Okay, well, live and learn. It's having trouble with its patch tool. What does this example program actually look like? I'm curious. So we have a dummy engine. That's cool. New tool, black, call, black, ID, call, time, now. I'll check the current time. I'll echo your text. So registers two tools. New static agent mode resolver. Okay, because this is the agent mode middleware. Static agent mode resolver, and then I guess it has like a... Okay, but so... Yeah, and then it has to parse the answer, right? So update the agent mode in its own subdirectory. Use YAML for the mode switching. Show that the analysis should belong if present. Parse the response from the inference for detecting mode switching. Add interface. Make proper interface to get agent mode and record agent mode changes. Implement SQLite backend as well. Add debug logging. Okay. And then here on the Pinocchio side, it's updating the documentation now. After being able to lint all of this stuff. So this is going well as well. The agent, vibing the agent middleware was not all that great. So I'll maybe after I built all of this, see if it can like improve, the documentation on how to build middlewares, right? Oh, and it didn't use MV to move the file, which is always, I wonder if it's going to delete agent mode middleware. That's going to be interesting. And then once we update the guide to do, hey, Avalanche, I'm building, oops, I'm actually not showing my screen. I'm building a agent framework. I've updated like the main API used to do inferences and doing tool calls, and now I'm building like a middleware that allows me to switch agent modes in a pretty strong fashion in between. And we're gonna test that, and at the same time, it's just like updating another package of mine that is like a terminal UI for like a chat interface, and we're doing some pretty good progress. We're using GPT-5, and the agent that I want to build at the end of the day, so in like 3-4 hours, is something that helps me categorize my bank statements by creating regular expressions that it can then like use to query and assign categories to the database. For that, we're going to use SQLite. We have like a whole package to do regular expressions on with SQLite, like a Go module that I've done. And we'll see how far we get. Like basing everything on like middlewares and SQLite is like my main approach these days, and I'm really curious to see how far this is going to go. So yeah, it deleted the old file. That's great. And so what does this look like now? We have a static resolver. What does the static resolver do? All right. Get current mode. Can we merge resolver and store? Well, no, not can we. Merge resolver and store. Yeah, always insert switch instructions and system prompt. Merge resolvers and store. Create a general purpose parser to extract YAML blocks so that firmwares can use that. Next to markdown.go. What else do we want? All right. Linted Pinocchio, updated this, updated chat runner to engine turn usage, updated the docs, chat runner events. Cool. Adapt to new Geppetto API. So I wonder if my simple agent is still working. That's going to be a big litmus test. Okay, compute 2 plus 25, 34. And we have that. Okay, so that's cool. So this still works. All right, this is great. Update simple agents UI app so that the REPL is within a container bubble, scrollable. Make the calculator pane have a border and a bit wider. Let's see. Let's see if it's able to do that with 53%. Also, does Pinocchio run now? See, it's not doing the inference. What the fuck? But it was doing it in its test. Right? It's not doing it with OpenAI. Yeah, it's broken with OpenAI and it works with Sonnet. Cool. So once it fixes the UI, we'll go back and we'll have it fix like the OpenAI inference. All right, so what did it do here? I'll refactor agent mode to merge resolver and store into a single service interface, add a static and SQLite backed implementation, and add a general YAML block parser next to the markdown parser. Then I'll update the middleware and experiment to use the new service and YAML parser, running lints and the experiments after edits. All right, so what does the API now look like? Keep all. Tool registry, toolbox. Why does it need a toolbox? What is this used for? Why does it need both a toolbox and a registry? Okay, so that's weird too. Why do we need both a toolbox and a registry? Can't we merge them? Okay, so when running Pinocchio with Pinocchio profile for Omini, I don't get completions like I do with Pinocchio profile Sonnet 4. I think there is something off with the OpenAI streaming, record log files, and compare. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll keep that. All right, so the middleware, agent mode middleware, detect YAML mode switch. Is that even still used? Use the new YAML blocks parser in the middleware. No? Why am I starting to speak to it like a person that's like a sign that I'm getting tired? Uh, oh. All right. Is it still working? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So we have an agent middleware, agent mode middleware. Create an example SQL to define the schema and insert some agent, and another one to insert some dummy agent modes as examples. Then also write a detailed agent agent mode middleware.md in that directory. Use the Glaze tool to access documentation on how to write good documentation. That's a little bit to access guidelines and follow them when writing agent mode middleware. I'm being like overly cautious with my prompting here. Use Glaze help how to write good documentation pages. I should like put this in the shortcut somewhere. All right, so we're going to document the agent mode middleware. Then we're going to build our SQLite middleware. Hopefully this is going to debug the OpenAI engine event stuff, which I think is like a Pinocchio UI thing because our simple agent here works. And then what are you talking about, Yikes? Like where were you trying to warp? Is this like terminal thing? What's cool with Crush is that they have everything in a SQLite as well. So use capture pane after a little bit to see if the response was rendered into the UI. Let's see if it's able to check this. Man, why does it always scroll to the top when I change? So it created an agent mode middleware, service merges modes, record transitions, architecture, service, get mode. Why is it called service? Oh, that's merging the resolver. Is the static resolver still used? Okay, so do we still need the resolver, or can this be merged into the service itself? And then seed. See, I like GPT-5 because it's just like very concise. Sonnet would have written like 18 different agents in here. And it's not as cryptic as O3. And for some reason, I vibe more with it than with Gemini. At least it has like less issues with writing files, even though this patch tool like kind of went sideways. And I'm going to polish this dude like pretty well because I'm going to use it as like the baseline for the SQLite middleware. Yeah, you're talking about GPT-5, right? Yikes, making it less verbose. I think, honestly, I love this model. I just like, I mean, all the coding I've done in the last 4 hours, but even yesterday as well, like at no point did I really have to struggle. I mean, I did a struggle a little bit, right? And I am keeping pretty close control today, right? But also I'm not locked in either. It's just like I can see from the files that it's all like pretty decent, all of this, right? It's like all pretty, maybe even like a little bit too concise. It seems to leave like deprecated stuff in there. Maybe I should leave those in and then look at them later. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what GPT-5 is. Maybe it's just like a naming thing. Yeah, could be. I could imagine. I could see that. But it's in terms of programming, it's really like making a big difference for me. Also, cursor agent stuff has changed. Either it's just because of the GPT-5 and its longer context window, but I haven't had to like reopen new chats every 2 minutes, which used to be the case before, right? It was like the good thing about AMP. But like I'm more and more convinced that like all of these coding agents and stuff, they're just like have zero mode and they're gonna be constantly having to chase. Like it's this crazy thing where like from one day to the next, everybody can leave your platform, right? It's wild that because they're trying to be non-tools. That means that they are all non-tools, and you know, moving from cursor to AMP code was like, I mean, I didn't have to change anything in my workflow. Like now, instead of having this tab, I have this tab. They look exactly the same. They literally have the same keyword shortcuts. And it's wild. Kept only for error types to avoid breakage. What? Yeah, no, just like remove it all, clean up. All right, so what is this dude doing? Oh man, why do I have to scroll back to the bottom? Okay, GPT-4o mini, use capture, implemented zero message filtering. Okay, cool. So that's great. Right, because I can do Pinocchio profile 4o mini. Yo, my boy. Okay, so that's the next thing is like filter out empty messages instead of sending them. If you just tab, you'll get an error in an empty text area. I closed the existing gmuxes. Cool. That was great. I'm pretty happy. What did it have to change? Did it change something in Pinocchio? In Geppetto? Yeah, it changed something in Geppetto. It's this like filtering of OpenAI things. All right, so we do have, well, we're mixing two things here. Ambulance. It's this guy here, huh? How do I unstage it? Git reset. Okay. Add agent mode middleware. Git add pkg ambulance fix clean up incoming OpenAI events for the Pinocchio UI. Art update agent mode middleware specs. All right, deleted the resolver, which is cool. And then here we have the seed, we have the blah, blah, blah. So now we're going to create the SQLite middleware, right? I think I described it already, didn't I? SQLite tool, there we go. I want a middleware that gives you and it adds a tool to execute queries to the turn. It will expose the schema as a prompt message. It will also look for a prompts table and add these prompts to the without the prompts table. It can also be overridden when loading the table. Or provide a default that will be inserted in prompts if missing. Okay. I now want to build a similar middleware, but for loading and exposing SQLite databases. C tool. First, update the middleware's document to give a bit more guidelines and lessons learned from the agent tool middleware, then build the SQLite middleware. So if I rerun this, right? Hello. Okay, cool. Oh, so boba tea is also something I need to update, right? So this is ambulance, catch empty messages, demode, cache logging to trace. Yeah, I really wonder. It doesn't feel like any kind of huge jump, right? But then this like tiny little difference in personality, let's call it. Because I'm not sure if like in terms of capabilities, it's all that difference. But for my coding makes a huge difference, right? Because I really was able to build like a shit ton of stuff that I didn't expect to be able to build. And do that very kind of quickly. So did it finish the SQLite tool already? Because now it's like kind of on Rails. Yeah. So allow passing in a dbxdb or dbdb. Can you promote one to the other? Man, I fucking hate you folks. It's like tool chain go 124.4. Yo, what is going on? Oh, okay. Something's starting to lag hard. Is it just a linting? Go vol check. You're still not happy with your fucking crypto thing. I don't know how to make it happy because it is using... Oh, look at that. Why is it not able to go work? Tool chain. So it's go 124.5. Is going to be able to pass the vol check. Like I never understand why it's not able to pass it. Create a schema seed SQL as well to show the prompt table. also add a name to the middleware in case we load multiple SQLite middlewares. This should reflect in the tool name as well. Why bypass the toolbox? No. Queries can also be rewrite. How do you enforce the read-only part? Uh-oh. Well, I'm pretty happy with where this is at. Oh, it passed it. Nice. All right, so does this guy now have like a better UI? Hello. Okay. So the computations bar extends to the right too far. Okay, so the computations toolbar extends to the right too far, and then that's kind of the only thing, right? Write a long poem. Yo. That's cool. All right, so there's only one little thing to change, right? It's in simple agent, the calculator sidebar extends too far to the right. Instead, compute the proper size for the container on the left. And then here, use a read-only DSN. After opening, set pragma query only. Reject any statement that doesn't start with, select with, or explain. Okay, so add a config option to either read only, read write, modify the tool prompt accordingly. Yeah, it's pretty neat, huh? I kind of like it. When there's tool calls though, like when I do the generative UI tool call, I'm not sure how this can be done integrating it in the top level UI. I might just, because I'm tired and don't want to think about it, I might just ask the AI. That could be interesting. All right, so let's see if this fixes the sidebar. Yeah, nice. Compute a lot of additions. I wonder why this has like the backspaces. Like make a pretty calculator UI. All right, two questions. Why are there backticks in the tool call display? Oh shit. Let me do this like this. See also agent.log. And then second question, if I wanted to build a middleware tool that shows a widget in the main agent UI, not like the generative UI one currently, how could I do that? Write a guide in Pinocchio TTAM 052010. Brainstorming tools, middlewares that integrate with bubble tea parent UI. Maybe, but Markdown doesn't have like backslashes either, right? So the SQLite query could like keep track of the calls being done, right? Could be like a little idea to have like a toolbar on the right that shows you for each middleware some kind of like metadata display. Maybe like a generic thing. If it supports that interface, you can render it out. Okay, the backticks you're seeing is actually escape math delimiters. The tools print inline math using which we escape for terminal rendering. They're not code backticks, they're latex style markers shown verbatim because the rendering doesn't part latex. Yeah, strip the backslashes. Then let's look at the design that it came up with. This guide explains how to build a tool middleware that can open. GPT-5 is fast in Cursor tonight. We're at 82%, geez. Engines middlewares publish events via watermill syncs, already wired to the UI. The Bubble Tea app subscribe and converts these. For UI control, open panel, close panel, define lightweight UI control events. Yeah, this is pretty cool. To to integration path, middleware level, cross-cutting, sits in front and around the engine, tool level, event contract, UI open panel, UI update panel, UI close panel, UI progress. All right, well, I'll do pretty UIs another day. And so what was the other thing that I wanted to do? Now I also write a proposal 02 brainstorming, adding pretty print interface for tools to display in pane, because I want registered tools that expose a certain interface to display their data like the calculator tab does it currently. When showing the side tab, also extend the idea to have a middleware or tool expose a full bubble T model that can be displayed to customize the tool middleware settings or browse, interact with it. All right, let's see. We're just doing some brainstorming. I don't think we'll build any of those today. What we're going to do next is integrate the SQLite and agent mode tools into this. It'd be good to be able to emit logs as well that get captured and shown. That's a good idea as well. So maybe I'll start a new one here. So we are in the SQLite middleware. I'll keep that open and I'll open a new chat. And I'm going to say update. What is chat runner events? Update 06 inference engines and 01 chat runner events. And where are these events defined? Chat events and the different middleware agent demo programs in Geppetto command examples and simple agent to receive log events, info events, for example, for middleware's tools to signal something. And a long conversation like this is like not fun for cursor. It's like lagging as fuck. Pinocchio, brainstorming, adding pretty print interface. Pretty print provider, kind data title ID. Pretty printer views, pretty renderable. Provide multiple views. Okay, this is for another day. Let's test this. Compute a bunch of additions. Oh, and then I want to see the streaming results of, I don't know what this is about. Nope. All right, this one is done. I'm going to commit this. So this is lipstick, add brainstorms, and make simple agent prettier. Add UI brainstorms. For another day. Oh man, my brain is really like stopping hard. I don't think I'll make it until midnight. Add SQLite tool. So these are the middlewares, right? And then here, what did I want to do in the new chat? Oh, it's like adding log events. Also, I want to log tool calls as they start streaming in simple chat agent. All right, so this is another big one. I just want to be able to say like switching agent mode and like showing the analysis, like those kinds of things. And I'm going to vibe it like completely. I'm not actually going to look at the implementation at this point. I want to get this whole thing running, starting to extract regular expressions. Oh, I know what I want to do is like the SQLite thing. Write a user guide like agent mode middleware MD for the, nope, not this one, agent mode middleware MD, but for the SQLite middleware. How complex is the simple agent? It's pretty complex, huh? Chat evaluator. Oh, this is for the REPL. This is cool. Man, it like GPT-5 really understood how this is all fitting together. Like this is some really tight code to build this REPL, to build this app. Like this is not simple shit. I am pretty fucking impressed. Yeah, this is all like tight as fuck. Man, this is impressive actually. This is really fucking impressive. No, I am impressed. For something that's vibed, this is more compact than if I had written it by hand, making sure it was compact. Shit, did I really drink like 3, 4 of those big ones? Maybe that's why I'm crashing. I do really want to get this SQLite invoice, no, transaction analysis going. It added 78 lines to chat events. Where is this? Package events printer, and then step printer func is also in there. Like, how different are these two? How different are printer.go from step printer func.go? Okay. Add log info events to agent tool middleware. Agent mode middleware. Middleware agent mode. Yeah, why doesn't it open the file though? Wonder what sync watermill does in here. Seems like an odd place to put it. When switching modes, add log event for the prompt added to the conversation. there's something in the middleware that we haven't looked at yet, which is we can strip out the previous agent mode message as we do this. Because I haven't looked at how it's done in here. The middleware go. So when it runs, look at the turn data. And then it will append a block. It will parse the new mode. And then it should like remove the previous block. Yeah, so also we need to add metadata to the inserted blocks so we don't add system blocks twice, and so that we remove previous agent mode user blocks, right? That way we only ever have a system prompt and the current agent mode is added at the second to last entry of the blocks. We can do this by tagging the metadata. I hope it understands that, because this is like, and we can add like helper functions for that. Add helper functions for this block manipulation stuff, because it will be used by many middlewares. Has block metadata. Remove blocks by metadata. Insert block before last. Okay. Okay, now do similar cleanups for finding. So let's see actually how it uses that in the agent mode middleware. No, yeah, this is good. Construct only a single block for the agent mode middleware. Use, it's not a system text, huh? Your user text block. System blocks are not. Finding and updating blocks in SQLite tool middleware. Does SQLite tool even have blocks? Similar cleanup. Remove system blocks in SQLite tool middleware entirely and instead render the schema and all into the tool description. And compute the tool description in the SQLite middleware on middleware creation. Not on each call. Oops. I can tell my prompting capabilities are definitely declining. I'm getting tired. I'm thinking like less strategically. I'm talking less. It's quite interesting to like being tired leads to like prompting that's not very sharp, and as such can just like lead to endless loops. But I'm gonna push it tonight. I think I should have added like an AVR guide on how to reverse engineer a firmware. Basically go through tutorials myself, right? Are there good books, tutorials on this topic? All right, this is nicer. Man, why is it lagging so much? In simple chat agent main.go, also add tool calls and tool results into the REPL with a separator, different colors, so that we can see what happens besides just inference. I'll see. And I think then we're gonna be ready to do this. Oh, and we should update SQLite tool middleware and agent mode middleware with the latest updates. This is, And I should look closer, but like tool call style, tool events, status tools, tool calls, tool events line. I don't think this is going to be like properly in line. Go run. Oh no, it's in Pinocchio. Go run command and compute some additions. So it didn't add more. Output more computations, but in Roman numbers after the tool call. Okay, so almost. I see the tool calls colored displayed under the streaming, but not interleaved into the REPL output itself. Then also, okay. So after that, we're gonna. This REPL widget is something that I had Manus vibe actually. I don't think I ever went in and cleaned it up. But like I think now with like GPT-5 and what I've seen of it, I will definitely make a big vibe refactoring pass on my old packages. This is something that I've like held back on, and I tried to do with Amcode and Sonnet. Right? It's like these things here are definitely worthy of being at least reviewed, and then if not refactored into right? Like there are these giganormous files. If you've seen the length of the files that GPT-5 creates, they're all fairly small, right? Like there's this app.go, for example, that's like a long one. It's 300 lines max. Um, and the sidebar is like 100. Like all of this is pretty, compared to this stuff here. Yeah, I don't know. Evaluators, they're just like really long. So if the vibe refactoring works pretty well with GPT-5, that means that um, you can suddenly have these like background agents that just make your code better, at least incrementally. Maybe steered a little bit, but it is a game changer in terms of like maintaining big code bases. If you can kind of let things go in the background, making things better, which was like impossible with. I mean, I've never used Claude Code with Opus to see if stuff like that was possible, but with Amp Code, it was just not possible. And then in Cursor back then, you had to be like pretty hands-on. It seems that YOLO mode here is actually pretty effective. So let's see if this adds here. It's like compute a bunch of additions and output the results in German. All right. This is a little bit too much, right? Let's see if, well, this is nice. I'm going to commit this though. Lipstick, small UI improvements showing tool calls in simple agent. Going to go into Geppetto, and we're going to go into Boba Tea, and maybe I'm missing some other ones. So this is not changed. So this is add log and event, add logs info events. Okay, cool. So I see the call. Yeah, and so now merge tool call plus tool exec plus tool exec result into one pretty display, more compact. Yeah, I have to stop making the UI pretty because this, I can spend my whole life doing that. Why is this stuff so slow? Look at this cursor trying to refresh. Look at this cursor trying to close. There's an update. Where's the AVR course? It's like only this. REGPT, let's build GPT from scratch. Step by step, we'll construct a reverse engineering GPT. Attention is all you need. Blah, 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 blah. HNN walkthrough of a simple neural network, loading bare metal breaks. That's more interesting. Gadgets, Arduino, Bus Pirate, Flipper Zero, firmware momentum. All right. So this was radar. Interesting. Yeah, this looks good. Um, mm, 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 mm. IDA Pro Essential, $1,000 per year. It's like a subscription at $1,000 per year. IDEA Home 365. Free for x86. You're not. It's crazy. All right. Interleaf tool event. So this is actually not all that simple to build, right? Render tool events, tool entries, tool event entry, and then it populates those. Event tool call, it finds them. Okay, this is cool. Like a reusable thing, right? Turn this tool entry aggregator into a reusable utility in Geppetto so that other agents can use it. Think hard, search wide. That's going to be like my new motto. Sticker punk rock style of two trash pandas in a Corvette saying, think hard, search wide. Whatever garbage stuff you do while you're waiting. All right, so this one's done. We're having like a tool aggregator little thing here, but in the meantime, I think we can still run our simple chat agent, run a bunch of additions, and write a report. See, it's not aggregating them in its display. Why is it not doing it? Punk rock style. What's going on? There we go. Render the coalesced tool information into the REPL. All right, and then it's time to start integrating the SQLite and agent mode middlewares. Think hard, search wide. Yeah, this one's good. So this agent mode middleware, does it allow you to give an initial schema? Oh, I like this. except they're not in the Corvette. It doesn't know how to put two. Okay. Compute some additions. Now it's not rendering them at all. Add some logging, then let me run it. Yeah. 9:43, 2 hours to go. Yeah, drawing is hard. I want to draw more again. I used to draw a lot, but it takes so much time. I want to make music again as well. It takes so much time. Vibe coding takes so much time. Everything takes so much time. Except photography. Wow, which actually also takes a lot of time, but when I'm like in the dark room or so, I can just like watch movies. But yeah, I've been ooh, I like this one. This one or this one? I think this one's better. Fuck yeah, I need to get some sticker paper. $6. Koala. 21 bucks. 120 sheets. 4.6, 4.5. I have like no fucking idea which one is good, huh, at this point. I mean, I had some success with Koala. I'm gonna just put it into my slowly growing cart so I don't do impulse buys. All right, cool. I like this one. What's some other stickers we could do? Make a very loose psychedelic octopus going. Fuck this. YOLO refactor. All right, manual. Here's a practical end-to-end guide for reversing AVR and firmwares. Modified hardware. I read the PDF. That's pretty cool. Man, this is sick. Think hard, search wide. Telling you. Use radar to reverse engineer an AVR firmware. Find a attaching this and then choose local files, mystery firmware, really reverse engineer. Don't trust the strings. Quality agent YOLO. This is also like my test bed of like how much can I YOLO? I mean, it's like a oh man, I love it. I love this shit so much, man. All right. Add debug logging, log on each tool call path logs when rendering this compact banner and adding the coalesced REPL line, entry count, missing IDs, final composed line. All right, so let's go. Compute some additions. I saw something fly by. All right. Look at agent.log. Look, like, what is it doing here? Yeah, I'm kind of like procrastinating adding the middlewares. Fuck this YOLO refactor. Fuck this. Fuck this. Now a pelican. Psychedelic going. Just vibe it, bruh. I'm curious about Manus. I'm just gonna, like, this is my little TV show in the background. It like compiled it and then it failed and now it's gonna be like, I'm gonna try to snap. And it's gonna be like, oh, I can't do that. I was like, oh, let me install the binary. Oh shit, I can't find it. Let me like look at, oh, I love it. That's what my hard-earned money goes on. Wow. Finally found it. Wait. Thought I was able to install it. What happened here? Cloning. Oh, it cloned it. Alright, it's not looking good. We saw event tool call entries in banner rendering, but for execution results, we logged missing entry because the aggregator didn't create entries when only exec or result events arrived first. For event tool call execute tool result tool call execution result, if an entry doesn't exist for the ID, we now create it on the fly before updating fields. This prevents the missing entry. So is that, did the event arrive out of order? So I understand this a little bit better. Compute some additions. Yeah, look at that. More. Yeah, man, this is nice. Huh? It's not the worst, huh? All right. Short answer, no. The logs show tool call execute in order for each ID. The missing entry came from a UI aggregator having an empty state when results arrive, not from out of order IDs. Okay, so that's cool. So Bobity, nothing. Geppetto, add PKG. Sparkles, add tool aggregator. And then here it's going to be lipstick, show aggregated tools. Okay. Okay. Update cursor. And now we're going to add the agent mode. Man, like, I think this is Cursor, you're right. This is one thing that they improved in Cursor is like being in the right directory. Or GPT-5 is just better at like remembering it, but it used to be such an issue that Amcode didn't have, even though they use like Sonnet behind the scenes for most of what they do. I think we're at 65% here. We're gonna go add agent mode middleware to simple chat agent main.go with 3 agents. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but one thing with GPT-5 is that, man, it doesn't like new lines, huh? This code looks like it's clenching its butt cheeks, which makes it hard for me to read. I'm not used to a little bit more spaced out shit. I'm used to like something like this. Maybe I can teach it. 3 agents. What do we want as agents? We want 1 scientist, 1 teacher, and coach. Start in teacher mode. Let's see what happens. Because it's storing the agent definitions in like SQLite, right? So I'm curious to see what it will do out of it. I don't remember what's in the documentation either. But man, I like this. I like this terminal UI. It's surprisingly nice. It finally was able to install Radar too. Yeah, man, this is cool. Okay, this is much more successful than the Ghidra attempt, right? Where I was like mostly hallucinating based on the strings. Fucking cool, bro. So now it's starting to do scripts. Ew, I like this. Just vibe a dog. Punk rock. No. Slayer metal 80s style. Zero Nights AVR workshop. Instruction set R2 pipe in the official Radar 2 book. Building your own device packs. This is the one we read before, huh? Yeah. What was that? VM access? Oh, this is for the workshop. Scanning. What was that? Sniffing. Oh, this is Wireshark. TFTP sniffing. All right, cool. Conditional jumps. This is nice to... All right. This looks sick. This is IDA, right? What's RSM? No. Same Pelican, same saying, but what's RSM is radar. This is the book, official radar book, introduction, PDF, official radar book. This is like a little bit hard to read. All right, so we're going to go back to the previous Manus session. Write document on how you installed Ghidra and scripted it so that we don't have to fumble around too much. Real reverse engineering analysis, by the way. Interrupt handler analysis. It's just the instructions, isn't it? Detailed function analysis. 400 bytes. Very detailed. Detailed reverse engineering to do. I don't think this is very detailed, huh? It's just the interrupt vectors. Great. All right, cool. So it added the agent middleware. So what does that look like? New static service, you're a scientist. So it's not using SQLite. That shows the current agent mode and the switch history. What's a Gemini capsule? Oh, it's like a Gemini protocol. That's pretty cool. What does the visual disassembly look like? Okay. Okay. Because then I can take this guide on how to install it and give it to the one with radar. And then I'll do the same with radar so that the next time I use Manus agents, and Manus is going to kill my Firefox, I can tell. I can tell it's going to kill it. It's already killed it. Oh, my Firefox. Oh, like my Manus. I don't know what to do with you. Secrets of Reverse Engineering. This is old. I had this book. Modern books on reverse engineering embedded firmwares. Yeah, I've got a robot mop vacuum thing. It's like the best thing ever. And I've got like a robot litter thing, which I thought was like, why are you paying so much for like a gadget? Man, it's like the best. It's the best thing ever. I haven't thought about like litter in like a year and a half. Excuse me. This is so weird. Like, there's nothing about this book. This is probably like an AI book. Um, Man, what a presentation. But it's like it just has like a couple of IDA screenshots. What is this? This is IDA as well, huh? I remember. Remember from back in the days. All right, cool. Getting the firmware off the chip. This is the thing that we gave to. Oh, that's right, Manus, with its like broken tab. What can I do for you? Reverse engineer AVR Guidra installation. Guidra firmware reverse engineering. Guidra automation scripts. Okay, this is good. Copy. I'm gonna go here. Now install Guidra and use that to continue reverse engineering the functions and turning them into annotated C. Maybe I should have said annotated C earlier. What is it saying here? Come on. See, it didn't do shit. Where did it get this from? Like, what does it... Yeah. This needs much more guidance. Add side panel that shows the whole thing. We have a sidebar.go that now also shows the current mode history. That's cool. And I mean, I know we added like a UI kind of API, at least, oh, we just brainstormed it. Current mode unknown. Hello, who are you? Current mode unknown. I want to do some research. What's your current mode? My current mode is set to teacher. Switch to researcher. Okay. Look at agent log and oh my god, why doesn't it complete that? And figure out what went wrong with the agent mode switching. Add, remember which lines to grep for so that you are more efficient next time. Tell me. It seems that we don't have a starting mode. We are not able to switch modes even when the YAML is present. Add, so assistant mode, no, agent mode, right? Middleware. Agent mode, unknown mode, system prompt. Remove blocks by metadata, switch instructions. Insert switch instructions, that's always true, right? Yeah. And here I'm actually going to switch to Sonnet. Make this a proper prompt for a LLM to analyze the situation and propose a mode change if necessary. Otherwise, skip the new mode. Okay. If new mode is missing from the YAML, then keep the current mode. All right, so what is this dude doing? Look at that, it's actually starting to write some C. That was maybe like the missing part before. Analyze some of the bigger functions as well. So Manus is definitely a slopifier. It like adds layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of stuff. So worth keeping in mind when using it. Explicitly list the available agent modes in the prompt in the switch mode instructions. And then also in agent, simple agent main.go. So here, I'm gonna say expand these prompts to have each mode start their messages with a specific phrase to make it easier to distinguish them. The fuck is that? It's just like faking shit. I love it. It's like, oh, look, I'm writing all this script that just outputs strings that I made up. Amazing. Amazing, this stuff. Absolutely amazing. And then it's just like writing files. Ah, man. It's like, yeah, I've got a script that like it's great, and then it just like printf stuff. All right, anyway. Let's stop this before. Stop. Okay, let's try again. Who are you? Teaching mode. Let's do some science. Explore black hole. What modes do you know about? Let's do science. No, it's like not. How do you switch modes? Do you know which YAML to use? Oh, it doesn't, huh? I think it doesn't see the... See, I should have stored all of this shit into a SQLite, though. You know what? Add a run turn block payload metadata storage in SQLite to the simple agent so that at each turn everything gets serialized. For each turn, store the blocks pre-inference and post-inference. Save that in the PKG store. This way, debugging will be easier. Add a status bar that shows the current mode and the current run ID and the current turn ID. Guess we'll have some storage. And this is something I've tried. I shouldn't have like focused on the end stuff so much because this is really, really fucking useful. Once you have a SQLite for the stuff that allows you to introspect the stuff that you're trying to build, it's like basically a better log file. It allows the coding agent to like really hone in on stuff and like do some like really tailored logging without having to read all these log files, and it's able to write like queries to inspect the stuff that it wants to inspect. Like it's all pretty cool. And then of course I can also on the side just like build dashboards to query that SQLite and be like, yeah, give me like the last run and do me all of these things. So should have done that earlier. Because this like fumbling around that we're doing right now is like just because I'm not able to inspect easily what the middlewares are doing, right? And ideally, I'd have like a UI, but also if you have it in SQLite, building a UI is actually really simple because you can do it in a shell script. So, gonna let this run. It's 10:21 p.m., right? I was in the sun too much today. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. All right. So it's still going. Vibing some more. Oh yeah, like where do you live, SNC? Um, it's funny. Like I never went into the sun until I was like, I mean, just shortly before the pandemic, I stopped smoking, and the only thing that keeps me from smoking is like doing cardio. So I started running, and that was like the first time in my life that I actually kind of went outside because like my whole life was just like a basement dweller. And then I noticed like if you exercise, you get like more fit, which was like a concept that never really registered, right? Like I was always like, oh, I'm gonna be like the scrawny nerd that has like zero muscles and is like all pale. And then I realized like, no, if you go into the sun and you do exercise, you actually change physically. Um, and but since LLMs, like I've been like pretty active, and then LLMs came out, and I was like, I'm gonna stay inside hack the whole time, and it's like things really took a toll because I'm like, it's Saturday. I'm like, am I gonna do like a oh holy shit? Because yeah, it's so hot in Vegas. I was once. I mean, it's dry at least because here it's like hot too, but it's like humid hot. So you go out and you feel like you're in an armpit or something. Um, okay, so I'm starting to vibe stuff that's like maybe a little bit too aggressive here. We have runs, ID created metadata, text, metadata, foreign key data, text not null. So actually store payload metadata as key value tables to make querying easier, querying for a certain type easier. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could smoke. Every time I smell a cigarette, like someone smoking, I'm like, oh man, this is so good. But yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I stopped. Also, I miss it. So what do you do, S&C? What's the stuff you're working on? Did it initialize the store somewhere? Mm. Simple agent DB. Oh yeah, there's plenty of room to make like nice web chat interfaces, huh? Kind of wild to me how much or rather the lack of creativity, like just the fact of like queuing a message, right? Something that seems so evident. Only seen it in Cursor and Cloud Code. Mm-mm-mm. All right, YOLO. Mode question mark. What's your prompt? Do you know how to switch modes? How do you switch? What do you have to emit? Yeah, it doesn't know how to switch the YAML, huh? Okay, so we should have a simple agent DB. Who are you? I want to be coached. Oh, see, now it knows the YAML. New mode coach. Okay, cool. Um, what's up? It's still in teaching mode though. Okay, so looking at Pinocchio agent log and Pinocchio simple agent DB, explain why we stayed in teacher mode apparently. Tell me which system prompt was sent at each turn. Oh, Crush also queues now? Yeah, Crush seems cool, but every time I try it, it's like it's doing weird shit. So I'm really excited. I mean, obviously I like Charm, but I think I'm just gonna have to roll my own, man. I mean, I hope I can like just import Crush and like reuse a bunch of their functionality. Oh, let's guess who. I don't know what that is. Section data, key value. Yeah, but what were the prompts? Do we even store the blocks? Oh, there it is. Put the assistant mode instructions in a switch mode, switch guidelines, and current mode. Oh my god, my fucking cat. To make the system prompt more composable. The cat is meowing. It's just like it triggers like deep, anxiety and my like sensory sensibilities. Oh, I see what it is. I remember that from when I was a kid. I grew up in France, so I don't remember what it's called in French. Qui est probably. Is that a game? Qui est je asbo. Yeah. Yeah, it's this, right? Yeah, I remember this stuff. It didn't look like this though. It didn't have cartoons. It had like photos and shit. Années 80. Let's go. Yeah, this is what it looked like. Alright, this is like I guess it was cartoons. Yeah, this is the one that my neighbor had it. This is the one we played with. Yeah, no, I can totally play that. All right. Um, so wait, I want to be coached. What's up? Emit a log event and make sure it's which should also be add an info emit an info event which should also be added to the REPL when the mode changes. Um, also log plus info events into the SQLite database when received. I don't know if I'm like going into the weeds and I should stop or if I'm on my way to success here. So I'm going to say store all the SQL in a SQL file and use go embed to load it. Add a second SQL file and load it too with views that can help quickly query relevant debugging data. Write up add documentation strings to the view SQL file. This is cool. I like what you're doing, GPT-5. I like it. It's funny because I'm like vibing so much shit on top of it and it still like is very, very tight. Just a very tasteful model. Does it store partial completions? Does it know how to fix that? Does it know how to fix it? It doesn't. I need to do underscore embed, my dear. Is it going to figure it out? It does. Very good. All right, let's see. Let's see if this runs now. Go run command agent, simple add agents, blah, blah, blah. Hello, my dear. Tell me something. I want to be coached. What mode are you in now? See, it's back into teacher. And now? Are you a coach? No, it's back into teacher. Back to teaching. Let's do some science. Switch to scientist. It's funny. Chemistry. I don't know. Explosives. Okay. I think this is like vibing itself out at this point. Also, it kept switching from teacher to coach. Hey, Jula, how's it going? We're ending vibe to like we coded quite a bit. It's been 6.5 hours. I'm starting to I'm not sure how bad things are. I don't think they're bad. I think I'm just tired at this point. But we have a lot of like debugging tools. We're building our agent, and man, it's like it's outputting the right YAML. It's Okay, inspect the DB to see what happened. Tool call blocks wise. Also, what happened with the modes and if the middleware caught the proper mode. Because run ID was empty. Set a stable run ID for the session, so agent mode, yeah. Set the stable run ID. Set the stable run ID. When who is executing the calls? First, then who is actually executing the tools? Maybe the block sequence at this point, at the next run inference, which should contain the tool call, the tool exec result. Things are modified. But yeah, it's like setting the stable run ID might be like a good idea. I'm not sure what that means, but it definitely needs to have a stable run ID. And that might necessitate, so set the stable run ID, look at inference engines and turn.md and middlewares.md and tools.md so that the stable run ID is ubiquitous and accessible. Before, we're not going to implement just yet. Sketch out your design and how you are going to approach it. Then, who's actually executing the tools? Okay, so we're going a little bit back into planning mode. I think we vibe piled a little bit too much here. Part of it is I'm tired. I'm not taking the step back and thinking strategically the way I should. I'm also kind of like entranced by how good GPT-5 is, to be honest. Like this is a shit ton of stuff that we just added, and yet this is really, look at that. It's like 230 lines. And even the views, right? Like if you ask this to Sonnet, you would end up with like 28 views about performance views and stuff like that. This is a major difference to me. This is really like a differentiator. All right, so create a session scoped run ID before the app starts, before root router, keep in memory for the whole bubble T sessions, propagate everywhere via lightweight middleware, add a small middleware before agent mode and the snapshot one that if T run ID sets the T run ID. What's T? Step metadata. Oh, it's the turn. Now that we removed the step abstraction, what is step metadata and how much of it do we need? Aha. Uh-huh. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this actually is great. This and it also helps me understand what's all going on. This is like all pretty nifty. Yeah, no, I'm and I wonder about the thought traces. Are they interesting? We need to address the question about it contains step ID. Since the abstraction is gone, step metadata must serve a carrier. Looks like event metadata already includes LLM message metadata with like engine, stop reason, stop metadata. I propose we simplify it to step metadata with just metadata containing run ID, turn ID, or we can leave it as nil. For compatibility, we can keep the struct but only populate metadata and potentially set type to null. Yeah. To the event metadata, add const keys for run ID and turn ID. Remove step metadata, then implement the stable run ID and all the fixes as shown above. And maybe I should commit at some point. Let's go into Geppetto. What's the difference here? Oh, it's just like I don't even know what that fix is supposed to be. So this, however, poop speaker add logging to SQLite for debugging the simple agent. Oops. And do we have anything else that needs committing? Oh man, I have like 18 Git repos. That's why it's like so slow. Glazed, go mod, Geppetto, middleware. Uh-oh. All right. 14 commits, 5 commits, couple of modified files. So once we have the agent mode middleware running solidly, then we can add the SQLite middleware on my bank transactions. And we can have like starting to have like a pretty good little agent. And the thing is that I can just like point it to different SQLite databases and it will like instantiate the right middleware for it, right? That is pretty cool. If I just have a prompt table in there and then potentially like a middleware table, then you just need to point it at a database and you can reuse it across different parts. All right, this is a cross-module refactor. I'll do it in 2 phases to avoid breaking providers, add event metadata extras and use them everywhere in our agent. Extend events event metadata. Stop using step metadata in our code. Yep. Now this is a pretty good plan. We're at 60%. I should have cleaned up the context a little bit before getting that far, but I think in 60% we can do it. So I'm going to commit in Pinocchio as well. Oh, I committed in Pinocchio. I committed in... What does this do? Oh, it lists the mode names. Okay, so this is just like art, small improvements to the agent mode prompting. All right. And now we wait. We do the vibey thing. We do the vibey thing of going to look at, well, we stop this dude to just making stuff up and more metal. I really like this one here. Copy image, remove dog. $365, man. Practical hardware pen testing. This is actually interesting. What's the reviews? What's dynamic reverse engineering? Static reverse engineering. Yeah, this is good. Or some similar books. Early release. This is what Amazon could be if it wasn't like hacked to shreds. Like this is how good things could be. It's not much about firmware reverse engineering, huh? Man, they have like the most horrible covers as well. This looks modern. No, let's go look at the early release. Oh, it's 2024. Further reading, toolchain YC, not Arduino. Wait, this is very different. What is this? Oh, this was like the early release for the previous version. It's like 125 pages. Okay. Hardware hacking book. 2021. Yeah, because like No Storage has pretty good books here, right? This doesn't tell me anything, man. All right, all right. This looks pretty cool. Not really firmware reverse engineering, but seems to have like some pretty cool content. All right. What about this guy? I haven't done security shit in like forever. Using Cutter. So what is Cutter? Oh, this looks great. Intro to Cutter. So how is that different from Radar versus Guidra? Okay, so Cutter versus Radar versus Guidra versus IDA Pro. All right, what is this dude doing? Added event metadata extra. Wait. No, inline run ID and turn ID into event metadata. Always. Remove step metadata. All right, so I'm going to commit though before. That didn't change very much, huh? Entirely. Add event metadata, switch agent mode to populate run ID, turn ID and event metadata, UI SQLite, dog, implement stable run ID. Okay. Oh, book shopping MCP, that's amazing. That would be like my downfall. I mean, I already have books on my downfall. Also, I don't read them. I don't know if there's an Amazon MCP yet. Um, I mean, they're starting to. I don't know what the deals behind the scene are, right? Like, because it's not really about the MCP. It's probably like massive negotiations of like what ads are and like how all of that plays together. Like they have these like shop options, right? I don't know where this is gonna go, man. But yeah, you like, yeah, this is pretty cool. I like what you're bringing up here. Is there like a bookshop.org API? I need to stop using Amazon. Um, all right, so Cutter is, oh, it's a UI front end for Radar. Okay, cool. Quirks and learning curves, plugin ecosystem, smaller, free open source reverse engineering CLI first, highly scriptable in Go, etc. NSA developed reverse engineering suite. Steep learning curve, dense CLI commands, inconsistent documentation. Well, that's like kind of solved with LLMs. Slower on very large binaries. UI can feel clunky. Headless mode exists, but is more complex than R2 scripting. Yeah. Embedded IoT work. So why is it better for IoT? Can handle exotic architectures and file formats. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I really wonder where this whole like Butlerian jihad kind of schism is going to lead. And because like I mean, we software developers really are, as far as like as far as the quality of the craft, right? Like obviously LLM written stuff just like kind of sucks hard. Like even if they're good at like writing docs now, it just like I'm not gonna read some LLM fiction. Like no way. Um, but in terms of code, right? Like our software development profession is the one that's really hit. Yet it's also the one that like everybody reviles, right? It's like as software developers, we have this like kind of labor aristocracy kind of position where we're like workers in the system, but we get like six-figure salaries and whatever. Like interns at Meta make more than me. It's crazy. Um, but that's gonna stop because like LLMs are just like good at writing code, um, and a lot of developers know it or like fear it and don't want to like all of that part. I understand, and also like the cat is out of the bag. Uh, as much as I think you can like shape how technology is built and used, like this is like the forces at play are so huge that like there's no realistic way, except maybe in Europe, as far as regulations go, to do anything. And even then, like open weights model by now are like good enough to really do a massive damage on like developer productivity once we do have, right, like we need like better agents around them because obviously they're not like just YOLO, you can throw everything at it and the model will take care of it. But this like society thing, once they recognize, once like it becomes clear that software engineering is the one that really gets hit bad, because everybody's like, oh, now we have machines that are like dreaming for us and like, you know, making art for us. Like, do you know many people who like enjoy AI art? Like, I would say when you talk about AI art, 99% of the people hate it. And I don't like it very much either. Uh, um, and so the question is like, oh, does that, well, then why can't authors or writers make a living? It's because their labor was like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's like I don't know where this is all leading, but like software is such a weird kind of technology that now if it doesn't mean that like software engineering will stay in the hands of companies, because now if not everybody, but everybody can kind of afford an engineer the same way they can afford a plumber, which is hard for software engineers to be like, "Mm, no more like $900,000 at Google, or whatever you get. Now you're just like a schmuck like all the others out there." I don't know, man. It's I found like LLMs being such a man, it's so weird to see all the people losing their minds with them, right? Like the whole replica AI, character AI slash LLMs are God slash LLMs allow me to explore physics crowd. It's so weird to look at it and then on the one hand have like the benefits you get from them versus like it definitely breaking people's brains and having like a massive negative impact on their life. Um, and it would be so easy for OpenAI and code to just like nip at least a fair amount of that in the bud. And like for all their like, I just can't take any of their shit seriously. It's like, oh, like machines for the good of humanity, and then they like collaborate with ICE and Palantir and like don't explain to users what they're actually talking to, and then people go crazy and think that like there's an exchange. I don't know. It's and then their safety papers are like, ah, you can't like build atom bombs with it. It's like no shit. um, it's just really weird. It's just really weird. Proposed approaches to finish. What still needs to be doing? Blocking build. Geppetto steps, content block merger. Yeah. I don't know if this was such a good idea what I'm doing here. So we're at 70%. We started at 60%. All right, go ahead. Oh, yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, Sonnet is deceptive as fuck, right? But is that a big deal? Like, as long as you use it in like coding tools, like no one tells you to use it to control an airplane, right? Like that's the thing that's fucking weird. Is like everybody's like, oh my god, it's like it's deceptive and it could like break a nuclear facility even though you tell it otherwise. It's like, yeah, don't put it into a nuclear facility. Like what the fuck? um, and I don't know. I'm not following it too closely, but it just seems like so fucking weird. It's like, you know, no one has asked for VO3, for example, right? Like no one has asked for generative video. And generative video is such an obvious example of something that's going to be misused in the most directly impactful, really harmful ways of just like being like, yeah, man, every fucking female teenager is gonna have porn made out of her. It's like it's so fucking evident that who decided to put VO3 out and be like, yeah, YOLO. It's while, you know, if you like confined LLMs to this, it still has this like enormous financial impact and completely disruptive part, but also like no one's going to start talking like Joe Schmuck from down the road is not going to start talking about quantum physics in Cursor. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's really weird. It the whole like the big players are so fucking deceptive is maybe the word. Hypocritical. Hypocritical is the word. Like it's I don't know. It's flabbergasting to me. Like this is worth trillions of dollars. I don't know how big the software industry is right. Um, like even this shit, right? Like, is this a good sticker? It's nice. It's not a great sticker. It's like a boring sticker, right? It's like what you would expect from saying like, man, it's not even able to remove a word. It's I mean, yeah, it cannot modify it, but um, it's not a great sticker. Like if you look at like a great vector sticker, Grishka, like those are human stickers, right? No, what is this? This is fucking AI as well. Where's like Grishka vector? Was it called Grishka? No, vector artist, famous, 2010. Vector graphics course. What was this dude called, man? Van Glitchka. There we go. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like in the, but like, look at this snake, right? Try to get an, man, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like, this is just such a different level of coolness, right? I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to say. It's late. Please remove the step metadata. Why did I try doing that? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. I don't want it. Like the cool thing about all this LLM stuff is I have so much more time to focus on things that are important to me, rather than I don't know removing the step metadata struct from my event. Like I don't give a shit about that. All right, what's next? What's next? Does this even build now? Make test. All right, so the tests should be fixed. And then okay, so there's quite a bit to be done, huh? And we are at 83%. Okay, write a detailed guide on all the cleanups and refactors we have been doing in this session, and a detailed guide on what to do next. Use links to files, function symbols, add full paragraph context, etc. Store in Geppetto, ttemp 250810, 08, remove step metadata, refactor. What else did we do in this session? Stable run ID, store, SQLite. Oh yeah, we did quite a bit, huh? Add a side panel. These sessions go long, man. This was adding the middleware, remove step metadata, refactor, and no, so detailed session write up and guide for next steps, refactoring step, metadata, and fixing and improving and fixing the simple agent MD. So at 83% might start recycling our context window. And I like recycling it as doing these like elaborate guides. Why is there a README in here? I don't like READMEs. Conversation package. We don't really need this anymore. Man, I was naive back in the days. Naive and over engineering stuff. I had like this whole like complicated tree manipulation thing to do like tree based conversations, and now I guess trees are still something that would be needed. But like as a UI feature, because overall they're just like turns, they're just like displayed differently. All right, 40 minutes left. Will I be able to parse some bank transactions in the next 40 minutes? I'll say like my T is spiked, so I wonder when my brain's gonna shut down. I'm glad I went to exercise today because I've been sitting in this chair for so long, eating donuts. That's what you do when you vibe. Man, I should be drawing more. Like the day is as impressive this shit is here. Implementing reverse engineering, the real practice of 2021 preview. Man, my ADHD is on full crack. Up and running. Assembly instructions. What tools are they using? Cutter. Did I mention any tools earlier than that? Disassembler, Guidera, Arcade, Cutter. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Reverse engineering framework. How is that different from Radar? This looks pretty. This is similar to the book I wrote when I did a lot of Adderall and then I wrote a book. Kind of looks like this. I missed times when I used to do this stuff. I miss it. This was fun. All right. Is there a bookshop org API? There's no API. I couldn't find any. The Big Book API on iOS apps for. Weird. What is that? Shop Big Book API. Okay. Oh, so this is Cutter is like Ryzen. So what's the difference between Ryzen and Radar? What about Ryzen? Pretty. Pretty. Google Head Hacker. Oh yeah, that's what I was reading, huh? Intro to Cutter. All right, cool. So did this update? Oh yeah, no, it wasn't able to do it, right? Like these just like they're fun, but they also like they're like really not like the fun glitchka ones, right? But also I can, yeah, it hits like people hard who make a living doing this stuff, right? Because like most people won't fully see the difference of like how much fresher this stuff is than this, right? Like just all those tiny little details as well. Mm. What Ryzen forked from Radar after disagreements between core developers. Aim improve stability. Large, complex, cleaned up fork, removing use governments. So it's better. Pros of Ryzen, cons, smaller user base. Oh yeah, well it looks like, at least it looks like friendly here. This is nice. Package manager. I have like a funny little icon. This is AI too. Like the fact that it has like a line missing here. That the arm's so fucking weird. Glasses don't make sense. Yeah, it's funny. Um, Scripting. RZ pipe. All right. Anyway, when was this written? 2014. Yeah, this is good. This looks good. I mean, it's x86. They have ARM. Oh, it said it on here. Yeah. Yeah, this looks cool. Um, this is AI, huh? Hacking the reverse engineering hardware and embeddeds, where we turn black. This is AI, huh? It's some bookshop. No, this dude apparently is legit. One star. Oh yeah, this is totally AI generated. Oh, what was that on the calculation of volume? Oh, it's not a math book. What is it about? Whatever. 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 All right, so continuing. Refactors and cleanups implemented during the session with a focus on blah, blah, detailed changes by area, all event constructors, engines updated to new events, printers and Bobity, simple agent, when queries, what to do next, generate real IDs with real UUIDs. Do I want UUIDs? No, I want like turn IDs and run IDs to be, turn ID should be like kind of sequential. I don't know. Ensure events always include run turn. Um, so here it's adding stuff that might not be fully necessary. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna remove these two. Okay, let's start a new session. Implement the next steps in 08 detail session, except we want to add a field run ID and turn ID directly to each event metadata, not store in extra. Also store. Let's leave it at that. I should get a move on, right? It's like 25 minutes. I guess I'll be here until 1 or so. I hope this guide is like enough. Parallel tool calls are cool. And it's searching for something really weird. Oh, it's for the REPL. It's doing two things at once, which is pretty funny. It's doing both the REPL and the event stuff. I wonder. I haven't seen like previous models do stuff like that. Which is interesting. Yeah, this is kind of the end of the day, but this is a lot of cleanup that I mean it always pays off, I think, especially if I'm already doing such a massive thing, just like leaving little things from the steps API, which is the API I had before. It was called steps. That's why there's like still a steps metadata. And I think things are still in the steps directory, even though like most of it now has like nothing to do with steps. I don't think anything's left of steps. Yeah, at this point, I think everything's really gone. There's just like step settings, which was the name of like basically all the settings in here, which at this point is like Geppetto settings. And this might need to change anyway, because this is like strongly mapped to command line flags. And at this point, we do want to change models fairly often, I think, within a turn. So this kind of doesn't fully make sense anymore. It's like, maybe this can be called like inference settings, but then it has like, you know, embeddings configuration in here as well, which has like, I don't know. Maybe it should be called like inference settings. We'll see. And it's like thinking a lot, huh? Because it's doing two things at once still. Oh, it's like, oh, I should figure out the order of operations. And now it closed the thoughts. I can't reopen them. Like, why can't I see these? Oh, it's like, no. Why can't I see these thoughts anymore? I saw them streaming. Yeah, I saw it say stuff. And now I can't see it anymore. That's annoying. Same here. It like closes them. Oh, annoying cursor. Because I saw some interesting stuff fly by and then it closed it. I was like, I need to find the order of operations. I wished I could have seen a little bit more about that. So event metadata is here. Now we have run ID, turn ID. Okay, that's cool. And yeah, man, I wish I could see the thoughts because I saw them streaming in. This is where open source is like, once open source catches up on doing things like this, which with proper LLM help won't be too hard. Like, I don't know what open source LLM stuff is right now, right? It's like everybody's busy vibing their own little tools like I am. And some bigger projects are starting. I mean, client, root code, all of those, I guess I shouldn't. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I haven't tried client and root code in a while. But yeah, I really wonder what the world's going to be once the dust settles in like a year. Because to me, it feels like, well, obviously GPT-5 is actually like a big change, but it's, how long is the stability going to be? I'm glad that GPT-5 is not like everything changes again as it did like a while ago when like Gemini and all of those came out at once. But things are going to stabilize, and like a lot of the things that are going to happen, I think, is going to be like workflows improving in companies, like it like actually starting to have the labor impact that has been discussed so much for so long, right? It's like more and more and more and more people are actually starting to use these tools properly, and we're starting to discover how to use them properly in a team setting, including in at my work. I realized that like I should have pushed much harder into sharing my own stuff and like showing it. And I'm like, it's really hard for me to do that. It's the only way I know how is like do these 8-hour streams or just, I don't know. I don't even know if someone's listening. That's fun. That's the fun part. So where does the meta come from? Comes from the event. Metadata, event metadata, run ID. Yeah, this is all cool. This is what used to be parent ID. Like, is this parent ID ever used anywhere? Conversation null node. Yeah, what is this for? We don't need parent ID anymore, right? See, here it's like doing changes, and so no need to address SQLite agent mode yet. Yeah, it's funny. It tried to do everything in the file at once, and it's like thinking about about all of them at the same time, which I think is not the worst thing to do, to be honest. If these multiple changes at once make sense together, it's interesting. I haven't seen models do that before, where this thing like was thinking about 5-6 things at once all the time. And sadly, I can't go back to the thoughts, right? Oh, look at that. I can go back to these. And I can go back to these. Oh, I can go back, but not to these. That's so weird. I kind of like the traces. They're not that bad. But I really, really like the Gemini traces because you really could see some, and they were also easier to read. Like this is still like the same kind of paragraphy stuff. It has a little bit more structure. See, it like does everything at once. It's really funny. Even though they're numbered in the document, right? Like what to do next, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's doing all of them at once. It's funny. So continuing on, I hope I can, I mean, it's good to do this like really deep scrubbing, and GPT-5 is great at it. Like I kind of trust it to really compress it the way I want. Like it's going to remove the parent message here as well. It's going to remove all of this. This is pretty good. I can tell already. I wonder why it's not reading this, the linting. Maybe it will. We'll see. Yeah, it's like a massive cleanup. I really like that. And like even the structure here, like kind of looks pretty decent. Build conversation from turn. Is that even used anymore? I mean, it is, yeah. But what do we do with those? Yeah, I think conversation can probably go as well. I'm not going to do that today. But I mean, I don't think this compiles right now. Yeah, it's going to be broken a little bit everywhere. That's fine. But I was pretty happy with what the UI started to look like and how easy it was to vibe around it. I'm curious to see, especially when I asked it to do these proposals, right? So boba tea conversation. Oh, this is boba tea. That's why I was wondering what this README was doing over there. All right, this makes more sense. The conversation has like much more stuff in there. Yeah, we'll have to see. Conversation is actually like pretty tied to the boba tea stuff. Now is not a good time to get rid of it. It's like branching conversations, all of that. It's funny. It thought for so long, right? It's funny. Stream metadata. What is that? See, it's really removing like the parent ID from a lot of places. I like that because none of that was like really evident here. I also don't know if it was like the best idea actually, but we have to reconsider what a conversation tree is anyway in this new concept. I wonder how full the context window is going to be after all these like huge thought traces. I wonder how much of this is also just GPT-5 on its own versus like these cursor agent changes that they did. But it's really been like a pleasure working in Cursor over the last couple of days. It's really been fun. Also, of course, like the free GPT-5 Max doesn't hurt. When that's gonna go away, it's gonna hurt. Oh, this HTTP backend. The fuck is that still doing here? Oh man, this is like everywhere. It should be just like logger with. Use logger with pattern to reduce the line count. I wonder if like piling on commands like this also just like makes it run even longer. It will go back and like think some more. Is it going to say, oh, we should go back to all the logging that I already changed? Which, I mean, it has such a long context window. Yeah, the first hit is free, isn't it? But I wonder what to do with all of this, right? It's like right now, I'm reaching this like saturation where I'm able to generate more of good quality than I can possibly assimilate. And see, all the Manus stuff that I started, it's like more, okay, I have so many Manus credits, I need to burn them in some way. But actually, I don't need to burn them. I should just like cancel my Manus, right? Or do something with it. But if models get better, say like I have GPT OSS on my laptop, and I could just like let my laptop run and do cool shit. I can't, like, what is worth building is a really, really good question at this point, right? And I wonder what will happen once that. Do you ever have that feeling where you just get too much good stuff from your LLM? You're like, oh, there's all these things that I'm interested in exploring and I want to build this and I want to build that. And then they get built and you're like, I don't know what to do with this. I don't, it's not that it's too much. It's just like, I already have to be selective on what, um, on what I want. And that's like going to be a weird impact on the growth of these things. I mean, like, because at the end of the day, yeah, I don't know, man. What am I talking about? Is it simplifying this? I guess it is, huh? Still has this like freaking parent ID everywhere. This is where tab model is like pretty cool also because it's like pretty fast. This is where also like having GPT-5 delegate to a much faster execution model would be a pretty cool thing to have in the loop. It could be like brain dead fast execute a subtask agent, but you give it like a precise plan. That's the kind of stuff that the idea is so obvious, and then you have to depend on cursor to implement it, and then it won't like implement it necessarily the way you want to tweak and understand it. Anyway, with the quality of these open weights models right now, it's just like it's crazy. If like in a year we have an open weights like GPT-5 capable thing, which sounds crazy to say right now, but like I wouldn't have expected something of like Sonnet 3.5 level to be available, and like now it kind of is, right? All right, so it changed it as explicit make test in all 3 repos. Yeah, except the data key for middleware, except in this project when defined in the root, always yes. No, discard. Then fix if necessary. Then what's next? What does fake backend fail to compile on? Fix it myself. Chat client. What the fuck is chat client? See, the tab model is like pretty nice, right? Because it's like so much faster. Man, everything compiles. It's like wild. Oh no, this doesn't. This is a do bash LC. What the fuck? See, this is so weird. Like this was there before, and I don't know where this is coming from. Actually, I already removed some of those. Shouldn't have like interacted with it. I just don't. Oh, it disappeared. Look at that. No, it's back. I don't get this error. I don't know what this is like there. It's not happening on the command line. All right, I wonder if this like still compiles after all of this. I mean, it's looking good, and I haven't seen anything like jump out while I was building. Run terminal command. Oh, that's the tool in there. All right, this is easy to fix, huh? I wonder if the patch tool is going to fail, because this looks also so fucking similar. I wonder why it does the bash LC. Cool. It's annoying because now I can't like allow bash because it will just allow every command. It's like command execution is weird, right? Like I really wonder what's going to happen once I start messing with the JavaScript middleware. All right, let me commit this. Let's do that in Pinocchio as well. And then boba tea. And then Pinocchio, make test. Also works. Cool. So what are we going to do? Okay, implement. Improve snapshot timing per plan. What the heck does that mean? Oh yeah, this is good. Take 3 snapshots. Pre-middleware, pre-inference, post-inference. It's a lot of logging. I don't know if this is all that good, but I guess I will. Expand as SQL views. Okay. Oh, did we see what the context window size was? 58%. All right, cool. Let's go. Yeah, Git is great. I mean, the cursor rewind is pretty good. Had some pretty good times with that. But yeah, Git is interesting. And then Yikes turned me on to Dolt, which is like versioning for SQLite, which I've started to see how much I use SQLite. This is going to be a pretty useful thing as well. I actually had like, it's this managed goat farm management system, and I actually haven't tried it out. So getting started with goat farm management system. Let me download that and we can like kind of try it while it's building. Yeah, because this is going to take a time. It's like, it's fucking slow. So let's look at that. Goat farm management. We're going to go into a vibes repo. We're going to do 2510. And what did I download? Was it targz? Yeah. tarztvf downloads goat farm manager. This is cool. And so this is using Dolt with Ant. So this like framework that I wanted to play with. Getting started. cd goat farm manager. Make deps. Starting great. How was this ever working if the tabs were not correct? What the fuck? Like sometimes I'm asking myself what's going on Manus. Make deps. Like when do these things like self-destruct? That's Manus is so great at self-destructing the stuff it does. And you'll see in the log, it's like, oh, this is all working, and then it just like deletes everything. And you're like, no, it was working. Did you save it in Git? And it's like, nope. I tried to teach a Git, and it's like it didn't work all that well. Yeah, yeah. I just want to get this done. Like, I actually have a deadline. I do have to do like paperwork. Um, yeah, I just let me show you the Manus prompt I used. Build Golang and Endgo with embedded Dolt system to manage goat milk farm. And then I added some glaze command for CLI. And then I think this was some GPT-5 research on using Dolt for End, but it was like super trivial. Yeah, but this is like, yeah, build a Golang app with Endgo and embedded Dolt to manage goat milk farm. And the goat milk farm is like so that I can I can separate the domain, right? Like I'll see basically the end structure and stuff like that, and I'll clearly see that the goat farm stuff is like something else. So it allows me to separate, like, okay, what is the structure of the stuff that it does? Make build, go work, use dot, make build. Oh, and now it's re-downloading all the dependencies. Cool. All right, you're still thinking? Thought for 2 minutes. Jesus Christ. I never think that often, that much. Yeah, exactly. To just see, can Manus do it? To have like some skeleton things to either look at or like reference, you know, like extract docs out of. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like I didn't want to like push it on like something that makes sense, because then it's harder for me to like assess the technology versus like what it's doing. So that's why I use these like ridiculous examples, right? It's like I don't care about goat milk farms, but I it allows me to see the structure much more clearly. If I had called it like conversation manager, then I would be like much more invested in understanding what it really does instead of just focusing on the end go. And so this is fucking weird, right? Like, why did this ever work? Is the question that is mine, because it did build. I think. Did it build in this case? It might not have. Go run test main.go. Editing file, workflows. Oh, it never like tested it, huh? Man, you're such a fucking little liar. So it did the tar.gz, but before it like never adding contents to files. So here's writing the docs. Here it's editing it. It like never ran it. Compile and run. This little freak. That's hilarious that it's like able to write so much stuff and like never test it. I guess I forgot to tell it like run it and take screenshots, because that's the way to force it to like do stuff. Yeah, like if LLMs go away and I have to write code by hand, I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna go milk goats. I'm done. I am like, imagine having to write this. Just imagine, man. Like this one is actually not even that bad, but like this stuff. Tool middleware test. It'd be like, this was a good week. I wrote like unit tests for my tool middleware. And it'd be like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Man, it's so weird to look back and be like, this is what I've done 25 years, 30 years. It's like writing stuff like this and having like some modicum of fun doing it. I am so glad I don't have to. All right, so added a snapshot mechanism, pre-middleware, pre-inference, post-inference, change, helpers, next steps, generate UUID, yes. Yes. Oh, I didn't see how much we were. All right, so it noticed that it has to indent its make file. Oh my god. Man, this is hilarious. I'll be like, check mark, check mark, check mark. I built everything. It's like the other one, reverse engineer the thing, and it just like makes a big quote unquote guide or script that just like prints out. I think this is CNC firmware. Oh, and Copilot is new. Yikes! Like Copilot is like what, 3 years old, 4 years old? Like before I don't even remember what it was like before. I don't know what it was. It was like this. Oh, now VI is like now mapped to Vim. So Vim is NVim, but VI is Vim. That's cool. This thing. I can't believe it. It's good that I went back to this and be like, yeah, what the fuck? All right, so what did it do here? Oh, it generated UUIDs. It's funny that GPT-5 leaves this stuff here as reminders of what it did. As like the only comments it rates. It's so fucking terse on comments. It's funny. And then it leaves this kind of stuff. With turn snapshot hook. That is a weird one. What the fuck is that? Interesting. Interesting. This like smells a little bit iffy. I don't know if I like overdid it. Added 5 snapshots. Do the views. I think this is gonna completely disintegrate now. It's like usually if Manus doesn't get it in the first pass, there's no salvation. We've been playing with like, what do the scout dudes do? How are they doing? Man, this is fast. Research Twitter. Do they have like examples and shit? What do people do with it? Like that's their page? I only see my own jams, like they don't have any docs or so. Alright. Thick ass e-boy com styled animated banner ASCII tool generative ASCII graphics cyberpunk neon vapor wave. Alright. Why is it doing bash lc every time? I don't want to allow you to do it. Yeah, there's no way this is going to compile. See, it's building simple test. And it's going to be like, the test works. Everything works. Cool. Done. Read. Glaze. Help build first command to help build the commands. Kept executing view, blah, 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 blah. All right. And now gate the REPL. Oh, pure LSP. Like LSP is new as well. Oh, in the old days, no. You had something called C tags, which was like a little bit better than grep. Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting to be like, oh, what do you do when a new, bigger model comes out? Do you recycle your code base? That's a really interesting question, because now that GPT-5 is so good, I'm definitely going to be refactoring like a shit ton of my old stuff. Because it's like semi-good, but also it's like breaking apart a little bit. Yeah, when I started, like C-tags was a bitch to set up anyway, and source code revision was like also something else, man. And then I started using Common Lisp, which had a pretty great like Emacs integration by a guy who became my friend later on, called Luke Gorey, and that was such a different experience at the time because you could click on everything and all, right? And that was the time where the first big Java IDEs came out, like JetBrains, and I don't remember what the other one was called. There was Eclipse as well. But Common Lisp Slime, let me see if there's like old videos. Climb. Man, this is all like new influencer stuff. 12 years. 12 years. Is that like 17 years ago or something like that? 13 years. 8 years. 7 years. Order by recency. Oldest first. A brief introduction to Lisp 16 years ago. Yeah, let's do that. Editing Lisp with Emacs and Slime 15 years ago. It's still recent, 2010. Like it was when I like 2004 was yeah, so this is LispWorks, I think. But so this interactive editing was like, oh, it wasn't all that new. All right, this is boring. Edit Lisp code with, no. Old Lisp programmer, new Lisp programmer. But yeah, so you could click on, and it was just tight. It was just like really tight. And so this was like a completely different experience of like writing code where you could just like jump on everything and it would like autocomplete based on what you had defined, and right, like you had all of this stuff here. This was like mind-blowing back then. It still kind of is. Like you still don't have all this like quality of life in any modern environment, right? I'm sure you have like in some NeoVim kind of stuff, but even then it's like probably like here it really is, the language has this like rich tradition going all the way back to the 70s of having like these great development environments. So So anyway, yeah, I should get a move on, right? I want it to be done at midnight. It's midnight. But I did a bunch of I did a shit ton of refactors, and I haven't compiled anything in a while. I mean, the LLM has. Tool results, snapshot hook. These snapshot hooks, I'm like, it's a weird, interesting design pattern there. And then this is boba tea. So, okay, so here we have add snapshot hook to capture post tools. And then here we have sparkles add gate REPL when inference is running. All right, as we say in German, now is the moment where the frog jumps into the water. Go run. All right, so the mode, hello boy. I want to be coached. Mode coach. What's up? Coach works. Cool. Let's do some rocket science. Are you a scientist? I want a scientist boy. All right, cool. I like it. I like it. The UUIDs I like less, but who cares? So this all seems to be working, right? The current agent mode is not shown properly in the sidebar. So the current agent mode, which should be teacher at the beginning anyway, is not shown properly in the sidebar. In New Vim looks pretty nice. Like I tried to give Emacs a new start, and like Emacs has gotten so much nicer as well. I just couldn't get back into it. It also has like this leaning thing, and it has like, it's just a little bit too overdone because it's like all Lisp programmers, so everything has to be like massive and have like 18,000 features. Because like Common Lisp is the sonnet of programming languages. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Common Lisp is kind of like the sonnet of programming languages, and man, where does this even come from? Document Karim's queries. Is it a different Karim? I don't know. All right, but this works. This is crazy. So does it change now? I want a scientist. Why did it start doing computation? I want a chemist. Become a scientist. Why are you not becoming a scientist? Switch mode. Switch mode. Oh yeah, that's nice. Okay, so the mode switching is requires a little bit of aggression, but that's cool. So this is also an ambulance. So display proper agent mode in sidebar. There was still like a 400 happening, but so anyway, now we're gonna add the SQLite SQLite integration to this, and we're gonna have a SQLite for the bank transactions, I guess. And we're at 67% here. That's pretty cool. So let's update the documentation to match the new format in Geppetto and Pinocchio. I mean, NeoVim is fast also. That's like the thing. It's so fucking fast that it kind of, yeah, I feel more enticed of like learning it. I don't know why, than like Emacs. Hey, who knows? Maybe I just like the font of the terminal better. Also, I don't have really a reason to use either of these. I do hate VS Code. It's so fucking ugly. We'll see. I've been using Vim. I was using Vim as my main editor in like, back when there wasn't like, when I had to configure C tags in Vim in the 90s. I switched to Emacs around 2001 or 2, 3 maybe, when I started really getting into Common Lisp. And I met this dude who was like my mentor, and he was like an Emacs user. And then I switched to Eclipse around 2007 or so, where I was doing C++ a lot and Java. Eclipse was great. I really liked Eclipse. And then I switched to JetBrains IntelliJ, and that's been used to be my main axe. Yeah, NeoVim is the editor under it, right? It's just like a refactored Vim, and then Lazy Vim is like the whole styling around it, right? So you don't use Lazy Vim? There's so much to discover, right? And this is so compact. It's a little bit too compact for my taste. All right, so what is it updating? Message ID. Cool. And because I mentioned the documentation files that are relevant to this in the plan, it knows exactly where to go, which is great. That's why I always say like mention file names, because it basically gives it like an index. Yeah, see editor configs, I'm like done with it. Editor plugins though, pretty cool. I started looking into NVim plugins. I actually had it make a course that looks really cool, but I only have so much brain space. All right, so I updated the documentation. We're going to start a new session now, and we're going to add, because I do have anonymized data DB, right? Yeah. So let's add let's add a prompt to, actually, maybe I should make this a file. So new file, and this is bank transaction agent.md. So I want a LLM tool that can extract can extract regular expressions that map transactions to a category. All right. It can also assign categories to individual transactions that aren't caught. Transactions are stored in anonymized data DB. I want to use the middleware. So if I rename this MDC, will it add support for cursor rules? Do these still exist? New cursor rule? Foobar? Does it need that? Oh yeah, cool. All right, I want an LLM tool that can extract regular expressions that map to this, and then here I can't reference shit. I can't? I thought you could do that in the past. Anonymized data DB. I want to use the middleware SQLite tool middleware. What is it called? Ooh, the edibles are kicking in. Great. It's called SQLite tool, right? Middleware.go. Which requires adding a system prompt to the DB. We should save that in a SQL in simple, what is it called? Simple agent? Simple chat agent. The agent modes should also, the DB should be loaded using Go regex SQLite so that we can use regex. The agent mode should also include a regex, like category regex designer, and then a regex designer, and then a category regex reviewer. Or like C agent mode middleware.go. All right. Let's first start. Yeah, let's properly write out the plan in 09 bank transaction agent MZC. Look up the mentioned files, and also and 08 middlewares. No, 09 middlewares. So how do they destroy your life. I'm not sure, like I've only still used Vim to edit config files, like lazy Vim, so I'm not sure I'll ever like get into it because it's so easy to build these like terminal UIs. But also, wouldn't it be cool to have that terminal UI within Vim? It's really weird. Let me actually try something. Manus. So build a Golang NeoVim plugin such that I can actually run a bubble tea charm bracelet TUI application within my Vim buffer. I think that should be possible, huh? Install it, build it, run it, take screenshots. Yeah, man, like this is, the tool procrastination is real. I don't know how I got out of that. I was like, I mean, it still is a problem because I'm building a tool to build a tool to build a tool to build a tool that I actually don't even need to do my paperwork. I mean, LLMs at least turn this into something productive, more productive. Oh, so I do want to have like the NeoVim RPC thing. The Lua stuff is cool too, but I want to stay in Go. Yeah, no, this is gonna be interesting. Because oh wait, I thought I was in Firefox. Man, I'm really fucking impressed with GPT-5. Like I've done some serious cleanup here. I've done some really serious cleanup, and I mean the application at the end worked great. Because if you just like look at the difference with origin main, what's the total here? So we have a ton of like stuff in ttemp, but if we just look at PKG, it's like, yeah, 8,000 insertion, 9,000 deletion. So it actually even like removed code. And this was like some really gnarly stuff that I had started before GPT-5, and it was like, I was like really chewing on it with AMP code. And then GPT-5 came out, and I just like, it was straight ahead. I never had to go back on anything. I had to like fix a prompt a little bit, but like there's nothing I did where I was like, no, completely wrong. This is actually pretty incredible. Like now that I look at it, and it's like a minus 1,000 lines of code thingy. Pretty cool. Even though I added like a lot of functionality to it, right? Like that's the thing to not forget. There's like a whole agent mode middleware and a SQLite middleware, and like middlewares in the first place, and like tool calls. All of that didn't used to exist. There's like, I mean, I removed docs, so maybe that like weighs it. But no, very impressive. All right, so it like wrote a complete agent. Build an agent that learns, maintains regex-based categories mappings for blah, blah. So create table if not exist, category patterns, transaction overrides. Yeah, look at that. It has everything in there. I don't want tools for add category patterns and stuff like that. adding category patterns and transactions and stuff should be done through insert and update verbs. The Manus had like this farm, right? Like, so it has this, but it's just using Dolt directly. It's like, fuck it, I'm not doing it in Go. I'm just doing it in pure SQL. Oh man, this like Manus is hilarious. Oh gosh. Absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Man, Manus. Okay, let's try a new one. Build a Golang SQLite plus Dolt goat management farm system CLI. No end, no go end this time. Oh, and it's like run it, take screenshots, do a bunch of things, take more screenshots. It has to work for real. Just to be sure. Take screenshots. Did I already say to take screenshots? Oh yeah. All right, so tool and execution model. Two write tools. No. No, the SQLite tool middleware should be rewrite. Oh, I don't know if this like even needed modes, but I really wanted to build some. Yeah. I know I can ask for the Lua I want, but like with Go, I'm really comfortable building. Like it was this thing that I was talking about earlier of like I'm building all these little satellites that I can like kind of vibe code, and then they all ultimately build this like one consistent thing. So if I start adding Lua to it, it like pulls it into a direction where, because I don't know Lua so well, I will just like never really benefit from that one little satellite. While if I do everything in Go, suddenly all the other things that I do in Go can be like plugged into it, and it becomes this like whole. I mean, I'm pursuing that with the JavaScript as well, but the JavaScript is embedded in Go, right? So it like in I mean, it's how my brain works a little bit. I think like I'm able, or I don't know what it is, but it's like, for example, at work, the stuff I laid path for a year ago or even further, like I think that's like something that Kevin is only discovering now that I should have pushed harder, is that 1 year ago I was already making decisions for what we're going to build in next year. And for really long, we got stuck in this like, oh, but this is like what you decided for now already. And it was like, no, like, it's hard to explain. But this like building little satellites that ultimately are all going to fall together, that's really been my style. But the problem is that no one realizes how nicely they fall together because it's been planned. They're just like, yeah, things are fine. Things are rolling easy. And because it's seamless, right? Um, it's something I'm pretty proud of being able to do that. But I realized that I'm not good at advertising it, and like career-wise, this is actually not really good because I realized that people thought I wasn't doing shit because I was working on all these like random little projects or all around, and then actually I was working on this like big ass one, right? Okay, so I had like a screenshot, main menu, neat. This looks like ass though, but interact with the plugin using the keyboard so it interacts with the bubble tea app. Okay. Add financial analyst, start in that mode. I don't want the right tools. You fuck. Yeah. No, there's quite a few RPC plugins for NeoVim, right? NeoVim RPC plugin, is that not something? Is that the remote UI? I thought you could do that. Is it called NeoVim plugins or is it called like NeoVim extensions? Or why are my results so weird? Why is this? What are these results, Kagi? Dude, am I searching communities? Like, what is going on? See, RPC only. Wait. Man, I don't know. What is, writing a, oh my god. Writing a NeoVim plugin in Golang. I thought yeah, maybe I made it up. Like maybe Lua is the way to go. Never really did Lua all that much. I know there's Fennel Lisp. Actually, this is interesting. Fennel Lisp NeoVim plugin. What's Babushka? Oh, it's just like shell and enclosure. Is you using NeoVim RPC command for, all right, cool. So, okay. Go. Um, what kind of Golang based NeoVim plugins are out there? RPC based NeoVim plugins. Popular. Search wide. NeoVim bubble tea plugin. What do you think? Is this gonna work? Yikes. Let's see. Unzip T downloads nvim. Nvim bubble tea. All right. So, what do we have here? Nvim bubble tea plugin. Cat readme. Bat readme. All right. Using vim plug. Add this to your init vim. Plug path to blah blah. Okay. So what does this do? If exists loaded bubble tea, command bubble tea demo require bubble tea start demo. Set up key bindings. So okay. So I just do this. Not an editor command plug. Okay. How can I load a plug dynamically in NeoVim? pack add. Load from absolute path. Pack add. Wait, why does this not work? How did Manus run it? How did it start it? Oh. NeoVim. NeoVim. Send keys NeoVim demo. Bubble T demo. Enter. Oh, fucking weird. Nvim. Pack add. So I have to give it the Lua script. Oh no, I have to give it the plugin bubble T vim, right? How did it do it? How did it set up its Vim though? It must have like set it into like a config file or something, huh? Add this to your init vim plug or init lua. So maybe I should do that. Where is the init vim init lua for new vim config nvim plug. See, I don't even remember how to open a file. Conflicting configs. There's an init lua and a init vim. All right. But in lua, wait, what the fuck is going on? Yes. All right, fuck this. Another day. That's really not what I want to do right now. All right, so I wired the SQLite school. All right, so, well, let's see what happens. What databases do you know? No. Do you have, what tools do you have access to? What schema for SQL query? What's the tool description for SQL query? Verbatim. Not sure. Look at the, so hold on, let me, agent log, simple agent DB. I'm going to remove them. Do we have like a guide for debugging? No, we don't, huh? So what is in our history? It was this one that required quite a bit of debugging, huh? Write a document debugging with the turn run block SQLite store.md that details how to use SQLite store. Now where's the store? SQL store to debug the simple chat agent. Debugging the simple chat agent. I mean, Manus was able to build that plugin, right? So I can't be arsed to figure out how to set it up right now. Also, I'm getting stoned. I do want to get this like freaking SQL query thing going though. If we look at the source code here of the bubble tea plugin, then how does this work? So that's the model. That's the terminal UI, right? And then bubble tea Vim. Oh, so actually it's like kind of a Lua plugin, huh? That just like runs a yeah, so you're right. This is mostly a Lua plugin, right? It's like ensures the binary, then starts the demo, creates a new buffer. Yeah, this is in Lua. Okay. Well, Lua it is. Yeah, Lua meta tables are the funniest shit. Fuck, I'm getting stoned. I hope I get this running pretty soon. I need water. Come on, this last little stretch. Last little stretch of the agent. That would be pretty cool. So look at the simple agent.db. Did I delete them? Yeah, I deleted them, right? So it's like query the DB. Hello? Query the DB to see what tables are in there. The fuck? How are you? Continue. Are you an analyst? What is going on? Why did it break? What modes do you know? Oh, it does notice. What tools do you have and what arguments do they take? Do they also have descriptions? What about the tools? Oh, it doesn't contain the schema, huh? Pinocchio agent.log. So yeah, create it. To see why we are not loading the prompt from the SQLite database, nor Oh, because anonymized data is down here. Oh, I see. Uh, the SQLite middleware should. Oh, did it now create one? Anonymized data? Okay. And then copy anonymized data here. Okay, so it doesn't have the prompt in there. Oh, I cannot write the file. Write the file with cat. Uh, okay. Yeah, I'm stoned. This is gonna be hard now. I do want it to get it to run though. I'm just staring at my screen, not really understanding what is on it. It's gonna be funny to see that on video. I have no idea how I behave when I've for years this is how I used to program like stoned, but um, it's definitely hard to understand what you're doing. Ah, it created it with cat. Haha. Debugging the simple chat agent. All right, so that's cool. It does open the transactions. That's funny. Prompts table, but has 0 rows. Prompts table does not exist. Only saw category pattern. also make sure okay, so see the prompt from a file, which is going to be called transaction seed.sql. And then make sure the schema is properly inspected and added to the prompt. Then seed ask me to run the program. Make sure it's from the log db c09. Yeah, okay, so it did a Lua binary. And then what did this guy do? Created a website. Well, that didn't go really far. What the fuck? Did they change what they're doing? Uh, but yeah, so this debugging, basically allowing the program to store stuff about its own behavior in SQLite is like pretty cool because then the agent is able to grab much more effectively. Yeah, I mean, it's good. I feel I'm so close to success to, I don't know what Scout is now. I don't fully get it. There's like literally zero info. Pretty cool. Now it's interacting with the computer. Alright, well, whatever. Good luck, man. Why are you not able to run this? No such file or directory. Okay. I did. By the way, the file is in Pinocchio. Check if the SQL query tool for the transaction db anonymized data.db was loaded properly. Hello. Also, the prompts for the analyst. Oh, yeah, because I changed the prompt. It's not teacher anymore, huh? The fuck is it doing? Oh, it's rewriting it in JavaScript and it's gonna pretend like freaking Sonnet. It's under Pinocchio. I told you so. All right. So I was not able to open Firefox. The schema should actually be computed by the middleware on startup and not stored in prompts. Clean up prompts and implement the schema introspection in Go, skipping prompts. Who's winning? I'm not winning. GPT-5 is winning. All right, so let's remove the databases. It's not good at prompting, right? That's definitely something it's not. Wait. No, so still load the prompts in prompts. I wasn't sure about the schema. Hello, how are you doing? What tables do I have? So the SQL query tool didn't work either, right? Okay, so I just started and ran check in the blocks table if what the SQL query tool description was should be prompts plus schema. Also, I think the SQL query tool execution didn't work. Look in logs and simple HNDB. C. And then what was the name of the document here? 09? 09 debugging. 09 debugging, which you should, by the way, expand to cover the new hooks for store.go. All right. The prompting is like getting completely out of whack. But I will persevere just because I want to persevere. I wanted to be able to query some transactions, do some stuff, and then switch modes. I wonder where the financial analyst is defined. Like here, okay. I'm going to use Sonnet to rewrite those. Rewrite the prompts to be better. We are building a LLM agent that analyzes transaction files and extracts regex on the description of the transactions to automatically assign them to categories. It is also able to label categories manually if need be. And there should be like a system prompt middleware that gives the whole thing a full system prompt. So let me add that quickly. Add a system prompt middleware, C09 middlewares, that allows setting a fixed system prompt for the whole. Then use that system prompt in simple agent. Simple chat agent main.go. This kind of warrants like scripts. I think I'm gonna have to go to bed soon. I don't think this is gonna. Am I admitting defeat? where the events for the tool execution and tool execution result not received were shown in the REPL. Okay, cool. Like that was a good analysis from GPT-5. We're not emitting events because the middleware, the SQLite middleware, is doing the tool call on its own. Which is a little bit weird. Like this is maybe not how we should build it, but does agent mode even like use the system prompt stuff anymore? Yeah, this can actually go, huh? Uh-oh. This is crazy. What is it thinking about? I wonder if it's going to able to add the events to the middleware as well. Like they're not super complicated operations, but also something I could see LLM struggling with. And the fact that it does 12 lines is pretty cool. Yeah, this is perfectly. This is exactly what it needed. This is crazy. Open the DB from outside the... Okay. System prompt middleware looks over those if it's the kind system. Okay. I wonder if this is like the best way of doing it. One thing I wonder is I'm going to commit first. What is all of this? This is actually not all that important. This is more where stuff is at. Ttemp. So this doesn't fully work yet, so it gets a poop emoji. And there we go. Cool. So change the system prompt to say that we are analyzing bank transactions in order to extract categories from them by analyzing their description and extracting patterns through regular expressions from them. Okay, so look at REPL. And design a guide for slash commands to visualize the turn run blocks that were logged to SQL Store as a debugging tool in the REPL. Write your design and proposal and how it works in ttemp 0810 proposal for REPL tools for debugging chat agent.md. All right, does it work? What's your schema? Nice. All right, cool. Let's analyze a few transactions. Choose randomly. So did a query here. Let's analyze the descriptions to figure out categories. What's your goal overall? I wonder why the REPL flashes like that. The fuck? Okay, let's analyze transaction descriptions to figure out some regex. Oh, it's like because because the REPL still has the keyboard shortcuts. Okay. Update the REPL component app so that navigation keys don't get forwarded to the container of the REPL. Instead, scrolling is done through page up, page down, or the mouse wheel. What's your goal? Let's analyze a few transactions and descriptions to extract some categories. It doesn't work anymore? Oh, yeah, no, it's here. Holy crap. All right, go. So maybe we should cap the number of tokens in the SQLite results, huh? Add configuration to the SQLite tool to return at most 40 lines, 50 lines, 50 lines, or of data. If more, then add additional data cutoff to make it clear what happened. Oh, I think actually I can like almost call success. It's like a little bit ugly, all of it, in terms of the terminal UI, but not something I'm going to fix tonight. And then we also created this design, right? 10 proposal for REPL tool debugging. So commands list last n runs with creation times and data multi-data. Oh yeah, this is cool. Yeah, this is cool. I am really happy about GPT-5. As slow as it is, this has been like a constant build. Fuck, it's been like 9.5 hours. That's like a whole day, huh? Man, slow it is for sure. Slow it is. I'm gonna add implement in simple chat agent md read. Cool. SQLite and add system prompt and more debugging. Add system prompt middleware. Okay, so this one's done, 48%. Interesting, interesting. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm glad I'm someone who doesn't sleep very much because, like, man, it's late. $500, huh? Eh, eh, eh. It's crazy. This is crazy. This is just really good. So when that works, I'm gonna stop. Okay. Sweet. All right. Slash dbg blocks. Well, that wasn't good. Okay, so dbg blocks not working. Hello. Interesting. Oh, so the scroll wheel. Okay, anyway. Right. Why can't I copy paste? So the REPL should always scroll to the bottom after something is printed or added. Um, And we should also add all right. All right, we are really close from calling it a night. That was a lot of work. So it was kind of nice to have GPT-5 be that slow. Isn't that true? Yeah, we're gonna go to bed, huh? Oh my god, my cat's like, are you coming? You coming to bed? Oh, it looks like we don't store we don't store the tool definitions. I think we might need to store them in as well somehow. And then we should also say debug blocks should make the blocks a bit prettier using lip gloss and and show the entire block content up to 10 lines. It's gonna do both at the same time. It was able to do these like things in parallel, right? Yeah, it's doing both. It's funny. Store the tool definitions. This is like a messy file for sure. Who stores the tool registry in the turn data? Also, there's like compile errors here, huh? No? Oh, it's just a diff. There we go. Yeah, maybe Ant would have been a good thing. With Ant, I would have had like all these queries would have been using AntGo. I'll see. Anyway, it's like close to the end, huh? I don't think I'll be able to capture tools. It's so hard to make myself stop, though. Curious to see what it will do now, because I actually don't really know how to build what I'm asking for, which is like tracking tool definitions as they change through the middleware pipeline, and it's not really built for that. Maybe the Look at that. Interesting. Yeah, well, this is a really elegant solution. Jesus. Huh. Should I have asked for this? I don't know. Select 10 transactions. Cool. Who are you? Who are you? Status code 400? Oh, weird. Remove. All right. Select 10 transactions. Hello? Interesting. Block system, no content. Tool registry, no content. I don't think they're ordered correctly. Show order. So is this in show blocks? If I go to blocks, show blocks. Then it does box render, but then the writing. Huh. Interesting. Handle slash command. How does this REPL even work? Oh, it's a text wrapping that does that. Okay. Don't use a border. Don't use a border. Order correctly. Oh yeah, use. I think here it'd be interesting to have a faster model to do this kind of work, where I'm just like tweaking my debug commands. I wonder if GPT-5 is just like slow because so many people are using it through Cursor right now, or but I haven't felt like any kind of speed difference between like 2 a.m. on a Sunday and midday Friday after the release. So I think it's just a slow model. Okay. Allow showing add flag to debug blocks to show pre-post, etc. Different phases. I'm pretty looking at this simple chat agent. It has like so much in it, but it's also uh, keeping really tight together. The REPL is all not all that great. Should have like a history number of entries cap as well. Pre-middleware, pre-inference, defaults to last. Post-middleware, post-tools. Okay. Okay, so ord 001. Why is it twice in there? Tool registry. The fuck? Can't copy paste anymore. What the fuck? Yeah, this is weird, man. I think the ordering should just be like changing the list, huh? Because what is a turn? A turn is a list of blocks, and a run is a list of turns. And a block has an order, which like we don't need. This is the big refactor as well, I think. Nah, not that big. Okay. So that's going to be a bigger refactor, but I think important. And I'm going to stop here. It's so hard to not continue. All right, so what's this middleware here? All right. Remove the order field from blocks. Make sure that the middleware who creates a block is registered in that block's metadata. What else? Yeah. Pretty chill. Pretty after 10 hours. Oh shit, it's really 10 hours. After 10 hours. Better go. But I can't stop because this is nice. This was... And I'm tired, but this is like a really big deal to me actually. That I'm able to push the middlewares and like there's... It's starting to get complex, right? To be able to visualize what this is all about. And I'm still hacking on the SQL store. I think there's might be like a little bit more that's going to happen there. That's why I used Ant, honestly, in this like other demo. Now I have this like raw SQL schema with like a ton of views that got added. That's like the part that definitely is going to be thrown out and replaced as we move. But in the in the bigger scheme of things, this is like a ton of good stuff, even if it's like not. Well, I mean, the terminal UI is gonna get polished, that's for sure. And I think we just like also, just like fixed a bunch of issues in Pinocchio itself, right? Which is like, I am great. How are you? So that's good too. I can't tab anymore. I can't like send empty strings. I'll be able to add tool calls to this. Probably shouldn't have done the REPL. Like, I don't know, this is starting to be like a little bit of a dual thing, but now I'll be able to merge both of these together. There's still like this conversation with the boba tea stuff, which is like a little bit duplicated now that we got rid of conversations and turned it to turns. But we'll see. Man, it is sure thinking. This is quite the task indeed, my friend. My friend, this is quite the task. Maybe I'll come back to this and I will be done. I think this. I mean, it's like kind of broken right now, isn't it? Okay, I can do debug, so I can do hello. Hello. Then it does a 200 already. All right, so that's pretty good. Tool registry, empty. Tool system empty. Why is the system block empty? So I can do hello 1. I can do hello 2. And then it's already finished. And then we can see that we have hello 1. It's not the right place to put it, huh? The system prompt should be moved at the top. The second system prompt, no idea where it comes from. Then the assistant is analyzing and not saying much. And not saying a response either. Then the tool registry doesn't contain anything. It's also like a kind system, role system. Yeah, the tool registry is like weird, huh? That's so weird. No content? Pre-middleware? Yeah, I think it's time to stop. Oh, there's like a whole table about chat events. Log event. Fun. Funny, funny. All right, yeah. Finito. Finitos. Thanks for watching. 10 hours, Jesus.